Welcome back, everybody, to more coverage of the Watch Over Palestine weekend tournament. My name is Bowsy, and I'm joined here by Biscuit on the cast, and it's time to start the third round of the Swiss stage here tonight. Here, Biscuit.
Yeah, look, I'm just gonna say something. It's really awesome seeing that we have like all of these charity events, and on top of that, we also get to watch some good old Overwatch. Rousey. Honestly, I'm kind of a really big fan. I think today we have a very interesting matchup, but as some of you may or may not know, we're just in the Swiss stage of the tournament, so things are just starting to heat up slowly, Rousey.
Yeah, definitely. And all of this tournament is to raise funds for Palestine Children's Relief Fund. And you too can get some stuff if you happen to donate. For $3, you can get a vinyl sticker of our beautiful Watch Over Palestine logo. And for $5, you'll be entered into two raffles that to be coached by either Spilo or Natter. So a lot of cool things. If you are willing to donate, exclamation point donate in the chat. If you are willing to donate to Palestine Children's Relief Fund. But heading into this match here, Biscuit, we have Saber's Neighbors versus Axolotls here in the third round of Swiss.
Right, and as we may or may not see, I don't know if we have a graphic ready for that. We do have the lineup of the players that we're gonna be seeing. We have Spot the Cat, GGG, Epic Infinity, Hedge Dive, and Rain playing for Saber's Neighbors, and Axolotls has Curse, Dr. Unicorn, Bisnate, Toffee Jones, Hammy, and Sotafu. We have to remember this is going to be a first 2-3, so gonna be a little bit of a longer match. This is usually very good, we get to see the entirety of the players. I'm very familiar with them personally, maybe I should be, but we're gonna see how they develop alongside the series. We're gonna have control, hybrid, flashpoint guaranteed, and if we get to these points on our fourth member, we'll have a push, then we'll have an escort, and the tiebreaker will be control once again.
Yeah, definitely. We'll see how these teams are able to adapt throughout the entirety of the series. And the journey starts over on Lijiang Tower, as that is chosen to be the first map of this series. It's going to be interesting to see how these two teams are going to match up here, Biscuit, because not much is known about them. We only know that Axolotls were 1-1 so far. Saber's Neighbors are 0-1 as they did not play in Swiss round 2. So we'll see if Saber's Neighbors are able to keep themselves in contention here to try and get a win on the board, or if Axolotls are going to be walking away with their second win of the Swiss stage.
Right, and hopefully putting them in a little bit of higher spirits. Their most recent thing that they had was going to be a win. Probably, I cannot see the history of the match just yet, but this is just the beginning of the tournament. This is when you start to settle down. Hey, this is what we like to do. This is how we like to play. Slowly getting familiar with teammates if you don't know them so much, or just getting that synergy going for the tournament. But let's not talk about the future. Let's not talk about the past. Let's focus on the present. Lijiang Tower is going to be a very interesting map because Valsi, this is one of those maps that, as I've always said, you can play the brawl, you can play the dive, and especially right now that we're on gardens, this is like the variety. You can see the Pharah, we can see some off-letter stuff like ball, but it looks like we're blocking in the Maga under Amacha. You don't expect them to stick on to this. As a caster, you get really familiar with teams kind of trolling you. Switching at the last second is a thing that tends to happen very often, but I think the brawl is very strong. The point is just right there in the middle of the map, and for example, if you have a melee epic is on, you can block the entrances perfectly with your walls. So Balsi, we're starting right now. Saber's Neighbors versus Axolotls. It looks like Axolotls has the TP switching onto a Tracer or to a Pharah, which is a really strong pick. They do have a it's gonna set up Saber's Neighbors, so it might not be as easy of a matchup as you may think.
We'll see if that Pharah is able to get value with GGGG on that Soldier, as both teams meet up here in the center. Toffee Jones already forced to retreat a little bit with that Malga charge, just trying to get away from the pressure and Saber Neighbors are putting on top of them. Or see that cardiac overdrive to keep themselves alive, and the Suzu as well is used, but they're going to be able to get the kill onto Epic Infinity. Start off the fight here. Now the Axolotls trying to clean up the remainder of their field. They don't have their tank in tow, but Hammy's able to hit that direct shot right onto Rain, and it's going to clean up the fight for the Axolotls.
And that fight went so fast that you wouldn't even know that there was one. Axolotls looking really good. You almost have a barrage with Bouncy. As we know, Pharah is probably going to end up dying at the end of her ultimate, but getting one trade on a sport, for example, is so huge that it wins you the fight right on the spot. The Maga pick is also going to be really strong against Ramatra. You can't really do anything other than block and try to prevent all of that healing, but at the end of the day, Bouncy, this matchup is looking strong, and it's going to be 0-20. The game is just really getting started, but Axolotls is setting the pace.
See the Axolotls able to keep this pace into their favor. Saber's Neighbors coming through this white room, going to be able to step onto the point, but Epic Infinity's already taking a drink of water in the lake, alongside Sotafu, who was the one who knocked them off. So now, a Lucio versus a Mei here. Axolotls have to keep themselves sustained with only a Kiriko in their back pocket. Hivemind getting a little bit of pressure, but has been able to free fire rockets into the back line of Saber's Neighbors. landing a direct onto Rain, trying to get rid of the Lucio, but is unable to finish the kill. Now Hedge Dive has the amplification matrix, gonna use it right onto the objective to try and push Saber's Neighbors forward. Here comes the beat from Rain to counteract the Kitsune Rush from Dr. Unicorn, as still Axolotls have been able to keep control of this objective throughout the entirety of this fight. Now Epic Infinity and Rain are gone, and the barrage from Hivemind landed right into the backline. They'll get killed out by GG, but the rest of Saber's Neighbors are out of the field.
And that is going to be an expensive loss. Losing both of your support ultimates is horrible, Balsi, because you no longer have that window to take the space for free or scare the Maga into maybe running away from the fight. You no longer have that beat for the Maga cage. You don't have anything, really, if you're Saber's Neighbors, and you're slowly seeing that time drift away. But it's going to be a Visor, and there's going to be a Blizzard, which is going to be also really good. So, Tafu, do you get these?
Tafu going for the boot all the way from the top ropes, and Hedge Dive taking a drink into the lake as a result. Saber's Neighbors down their main support in this fight. Epic Infinity has his Blizzard, going to use it right into the middle of the objective, forced out the cleansing Suzu, but the Lucio, Sutafu, and Dr. Unicorn are caught in it. Now Sutafu's gone, but Hivemind is popping up on the Pharah, finding 3 in this fight as the Axolotls are cleaning up the objective one by one. Make it 4 for Hivemind to clean up the point here for the Axolotls to take the Guardian convincingly after Hedge Dive is dealt with safely, swiftly, and effectively.
And you know that your team is just that good when the tank is just really an accessory. I don't know how else to say it. Like, Toffee's, of course, playing perfectly, you know, holding down the space, making it really hard to walk into them. But that is just the Pharah, Lucio, and Soldier show. Like, perfect gameplay from the side of Axolotls, not even letting Sabers like get used to their pace, get used to just how fast they're going. 25 seconds, Bowsy. I don't know if there's going to be a switch from Sabers. Sabers, look, they're switching onto the Sigma. Sigma, really good matchup against the Maga. You don't really let him heal at all. If he shoots into your bullet, you get the overshield. If he shoots into your barrier, he doesn't get to heal at all, and he doesn't do enough damage to really melt it as fast as you would want. It looks like a more of a looks like a bigger like a more pokey comp. But if Hivemind switching is showing anything, is that they might be playing Genji, they might be playing Tracer, and hopping onto that backline, which is really mobile if you're looking at Saber's Neighbors side. So Maga going into the side, it's going to be a Genji switch, and they already took that White Room.
Yeah, the White Room already taken here by Axolotl, thanks in part to that teleporter and the charge from Toffee Jones. Meanwhile, Saber's Neighbors trying to poke out from the opposite side. The cleansing Suzu forced early here from Dr. Unicorn, so that's an opportunity here for the Saber's Neighbors. Unfortunately, GG is saying GG for their own, getting pooped up the side by Sutafu, and Spot the Cat is in a terrible situation, getting pounced on from every single side. It's able to stay alive with that kinetic grasp, but they're forced to concede all of its positioning to the side of the Axolotls.
Yeah, and the worst part is if you're a poke comp, you need to settle onto that objective perfectly, like as fast as you can, because you want to anchor down. And now that you have to move in, like how are you going to do it? That Maga is not going to make it easy, and that kinetic overdrive makes it really hard for you to poke them off. But the Maga repositioning, slowly taking over their point. It looks like Saber's Neighbors is choosing to domain, trying to take those long angles, but Curse is locking them down with this Surgeon off angle.
Axolotls in that White Room, as you see Toffee Jones just diving into the backline with the charge, pouncing onto Epic Infinity and getting the kill onto that Cassie with the help of Hivemind on the Genji. The Kitsune Rush from Dr. Unicorn used in tandem to clean up the remainder of the field. And while the point does flip momentarily for Saber's Neighbors, it's not going to be enough to keep it.
It's a hard matchup, if anything, Bowsy, because the second that Axolotls wants to, they can turn on the heat and absolutely just run into them, which they are not ready for. The Sigma is definitely not doing enough damage, and it seems like Epic Infinity just gets slowed by Hivemind, and there's nowhere to go with that McCree roll. But there is going to be a Gravitic Flux, there is going to be a High Noon, and Axolotls, paradoxically, even winning, they don't have ultimate still.
Yeah, Axolotls is trying to keep this gate under control. Epic Infinity tries to use the High Noon, but ends up getting their clock silent. And now Hivemind has this Dragon Blade just slicing and dicing through the backline, finding 3 in this fight. Hivemind has been the star player for the side of Axolotls.
Absolutely. With the Genji, you're making it scary to even walk, because that Genji could be anywhere, Bowsy. The second that he gets onto you, there's nothing you can do. He's going to reflect all those bullets. He's going to reflect that nade. There's nowhere that you can go when Hivemind is on top of you. Axolotls will have a cage, and they are in a beautiful choke point to use it.
See, that cage is going to be key here as they use the cage right in the middle of the objective. Saber's Neighbors using the beat to keep themselves sustained within this cage fight. Here comes the Gravitic Flux as well from Spot the Cat, lifting Toffee Jones onto a pedestal, and they are burnt to the ground by Epic Infinity and co. So now Saber's Neighbors got rid of that tank. Axolotl are forced to retreat now with all of their health pools dropping extremely low. Curse is killed out by Epic Infinity, and Hivemind trying to retreat to the comfort of the Kiriko, not able to stay alive for long, as it's going to be Saber's Neighbors taking the point.
And GG finds the pick, but is this a little too late maybe? Axolotls did commit 3 ultimates. Hami, of course, killing a bunch of them in spawn, and that beat definitely not saving Toffee, but I think they kind of still need a miracle. They have a continuity rush, they have a certain ult, and look at that, they're running and rushing onto the point, pressing the advantage.
Yep, Kitsune Rush and overclock here as Curse finds 2 with the overclock. Hedge dive and spot the cat. Both eliminated on site, trying to get a third onto Brain. It's going to be Hami taking the dive instead here. As there's a cleanup here for Axolotls, and it looks like they're in good position to take this point. GG. The only person who can touch the point, and they are knocked out by their own Helix rocket. Spot the cat able to touch on the Doomfist, but it's just completely pounced upon by all of the members of Axolotls as they take the point for their own, and will take the first map in this series pretty convincingly.
Beautiful gameplay from Axolotls, just running the manga comp and making it hard to kill anything and just killing everything on their own way. Bowsy, this is like the best of two worlds, and Hami definitely put in a performance right there. As the Pharah running into a soldier first, like this is a good Pharah map, but even then, when you have to avoid someone just hitting shots on you, they can do it instantly, right? And look at that, just get a triple like it's nothing. Beautiful set of Axolotls, putting one number on the board, making it look easy. And we're just 2 games away, possibly, from them locking it in and winning with a 3-0 score. But Bowsy, that was a fast Lijiang tower if I've ever seen one.
Yeah, definitely a very quick Lijiang tower, pretty speedy Axolotls, knowing how to tread their waters and be able to make the speed that they need. So we'll see if they're able to keep this pressure onto Saber's neighbors, or if Saber neighbors are going to be able to make a recovery here on our next map, which they do get to choose the map for map number 2, which is our hybrid map here, Biscuit. It'll be interesting to see what they decide to go for. We typically try to see them go over to that brawler poke style, so it's going to be difficult to see if they can try to counter this Mauga composition, which is kind of running all over them, both literally and figuratively.
Right, and the hybrid map was also really interesting, right? You have Midtown, you have Blizzard World, and you have Eichenwald. Eichenwald, of course, one of those maps that is very, very scary. A lot of teams don't want to run it because it's just so hard, right? That first map, that first part of the map, you could play anything. You could play your Monkey, you could play your Saria, for example, which is really strong. But at the end of the day, when you get into these second portions, for example, on Blizzard World, that's so much verticality mixed with that low ground, which you have to push the payload. So teams really have to be on top of things. Hey, we need to control both sides of the map. We need to have presence of both of them, and it makes it definitely one of the more interesting game modes. That is not to leave Midtown away, because at third point, definitely a struggle for a lot of offensive teams. You know, that corner infamous for being held forever, and then that second point just the same as Blizzard World and Nike Wall, has that low ground, has that high ground. It makes it really hard to control. Both teams are going to be they're going to need to be really careful. You know, just playing slow, kind of adapting and slowing things down when we go into these snaps. But I have hope that Saber's neighbors can put some numbers on the board. That Sigma comp looks like it has a lot of promise with Bowsy. We cannot tell you just yet.
Yeah, definitely. That Sigma comp did show some prowess, and Sigma has been seen as a general Mauga counter because you can poke out the Mauga a lot better than the Mauga can brawl into you, and especially if you're able to force out those cooldowns like the Suzu or that Cardiac Overdrive, then you can pounce on your target, which we did see a few of those in the matter of that series. Dr. Unicorn and Toffee Jones would both use their abilities at the same time, if not very close together. So if you're Saber's neighbors and you notice that the Cardiac Overdrive and the Cleansing Suzu are both out of the equation, you should really take that as an opportunity to push. So we'll see if they're going to be able to do that here on map number 2 once we get that map choice selected here, Biscuit.
Yeah, and I think they will be able to. Like, as you were saying, Maga, definitely a good counter, definitely something to run into the Maga, preventing the healing, and just, in general, poke comps are very strong if you play them appropriately, right? Just, you really make it hard to run into you. You make it hard, for example, to live as long as there's, like, some kind of long distance. But Bowsy, I think what we saw, for example, with Hami on that Genji, it's just tough, right? Like, it's definitely better on paper than actually playing the game with just this guy jumping on top of you, slashing, dicing all over the place. But hey, it is going to be the pick of Eichenwald for the side of Saber's neighbors. I'm assuming that they are more interested in playing Sigma. Maybe there's some kind of dive comp for that second part of the map, which needs a lot of mobility. It needs a lot of coordination from between your tank, your supports, and your DPS to just definitely have things running like a well-oiled machine. But hey, Bowsy, this is just the beginning. Our first game may have gone through, but it's too early to tell if it's going to be a stomp, if it's just a good map, if it's just going to be a tough, hey, 1-to-1-to-1. We don't know that just yet, but Eichenwald is going to be our second map. A reminder, this is going to be a first to 3, so Eichenwald, second map, Flashpoint may be our last, may not be, and Push and Escort are there to close out the latter half of the series.
As we head over to the wonderful German castle in the middle of Eichenwald, we'll see if these two teams are going to be able to bring themselves into a better fashion. At least if you're Sabers, you're looking to try and get into this in better fashion. Axolotls, you're looking to try to keep the ball rolling here. Interesting to note as well here, Biscuit, there is a swap on the side of Sabers Neighbors. You have two players swapping roles here, with Spot the Cat going to DPS and Epic Infinity going over to the tank role.
It's really good having players that can flex those roles, right? Because, for example, if Spot is really not comfortable playing the Solid Sigma, Epic Infinity can just take it, right? So this is a good switch if your tank is not very comfortable flexing on the picks. It's definitely an intense role to play, you know, playing your dive tanks, like your main tanks, your off tanks, whatever. But Axolotls, they seem like they're committing onto that Maga comp, and I'm very interested in this one. You see, I'm a support player, but I'm a Maga enthusiast. You know, a lot of people, they don't like just shooting into the tank, but I'm a fan. I'm an aficionado, so I hope that Axolotls can give us the masterclass on how to play Maga. They will also be running the Pharah as expected. No more Soldier, which makes the matchup a little bit harder, but those railguns are still gonna hurt.
Yeah, the charge already comes in here from Toffee Jones, just taking all of the space away from Sabers Neighbors, just taking the fight straight to their faces. Spot the Cat is eliminated, but Toffee Jones is removed as well by GG's railgun. So now the Axolotls are down their tank. They need to try to find a pick here to get themselves in the clear zone. And they're able to get rid of Hedge Dive, who's jumping on top of the objective, making themselves a moving target. Hivemind trying to keep themselves alive. Does die to GG, who's been in the kill feed much more on this map so far. Sabers Neighbors still do not have the sustain. They have none of their DPS in play. Rain trying to shoot on from that side angle, just barely able to get away into the comfort of the rest of their team. But now the Axolotls are setting up on the objective and are going to be taking it for their own.
They are testing Curse to see if they're going to hit those shots, and Curse is showing them, hey, I know what I'm doing on the Cowboy character, and 5 minutes and 30 seconds for a fight that was definitely not the best from Sabers Neighbors. They still have the point in their position, and this is looking like it's going to be a tall hill to climb, a tall hill to defend if you're Sabers Neighbors. They've taken high ground, but Axolotls slowly going up there. That credit overdrive has definitely put them in a little bit of a struggle.
Axolotls making their way into the castle and moving the cart in tandem. Epic Infinity walled off by their own team, barely able to escape with the kinetic grasp as they're met in the face with that huge Samoan in front of them. But still, the Axolotls are trying to find that advantage. Rain dropping extremely low, but Curse on that Cassidy, pumping them down with the Peacemaker. But it's going to be Hedge Dive getting the first blood in this fight. Sudoku is removed, but Lucio now out of the picture. Your main source of engagement for the Axolotls is gone. But they're going to settle here with taking this castle high ground.
They fly a little bit too close to the sun, and Hedge Dive is going to burn them. It's going to be a flux used on the field, but it looks like the Deadeye definitely discourages it from peeking. No, it doesn't even hit the shot on Curse Infinity, and it's going to be the Zenyatta going down. Axolotl slowly and methodically taking over the castle.
Yeah, Rain stuck in that stairway, trying to avoid the high noon. GG also stuck in the back line, getting killed out by both DPS on the side of Axolotls. As Epic Infinity trying to retreat, gets hit by the concussive blast that does that impact damage. About 25 was enough to get the final blow onto the Sigma and keep Axolotls moving.
Yeah, but you know, the best thing about the whole fight for Sabers Neighbors, if there is to be some kind of silver lining, is that they were not pushing the payload. This will guarantee that you get another fight, but I don't think this is going to go any different. You have to watch them for that barrage, and you don't really have anything for it. Rain, unless she's able to grab Transcendence immediately and react, like, instantly, I don't think it's going to happen, and oh my god, it's a massacre.
Yep, you're not going to be able to build Transcendence fast enough, and Hivemind's barrage finds 2. Hedge Dive is able to get rid of him in the aftermath, and now the Transcendence from Rain, you just keep themselves alive in the small room as Hedge Dive dies, and the cart is going to be entering into the castle.
It's going in and ramming into the castle. One might even say 5 minutes. Bouncy, the time clock, the time bank has not gone down at all, and it looks like GG trying to hold him off of that left throw, but it's not going to happen. Already pushing to the corner, and the door's not even open. It's going to be a cage on its way, as well as a Kitsune rush. It looks like actually it's going to rush into the Bouncy.
Yeah, but they use that beat to engage here. Overclock is used from GG, and Spot the Cat uses the Blizzard all the way in the back line. The Amplification Matrix used as well. That's 3 ultimates from Sabers Neighbors compared to the 1 used by the Axolotl. But it's going to get Sabers Neighbors the hold here on the card on the first turn of the castle.
It doesn't matter how old you're doing, that window is going to put a stop to you whether you're stomping or not. Even if you're on Maga, the infinite HP character, that's what's happening. But Bouncy, now that you killed him, now that you used 3 of your best ultimates, what do you think about the game?
Well, the answer is just try to stand in the cage if you are Epic Infinity right now. trying to keep themselves alive. The Deadeye comes out here from Curse as well, just to pump in the damage. And with all the Axolotls just pushing all the way into the spawn doors of Saber's neighbors, cleaning up these picks one by one and approaching last fight territory.
Beautiful gameplay for Axolotls, and a quick shout out to Kernmaster for the $10 donation popping right there on the chat. But 3 minutes and 40 seconds. This is like they're fishing up to the Bastion for that last one. Lots of damage, but not as much damage as that Barrage.
Yep, Hammy gets another barrage kill on the hedge dive here. Epic Infinity, however, has the Gravitic Flux. Let's stop the Unicorn and gets them killed out by GG, finding 3 in this fight with the switch onto the Bastion.
Ooh, it seems like they managed to hold out, and this is when it gets a little bit scary, Bowsy. Look, you're pushing into that last one, so Tofu is going to end up going down. This is going to slow them down for a couple of seconds. Nothing too scary. But now that you're running into them, now that you have to go into the post compound, this is your chance at your Saber chase. You have to hold it. You have to either run that time back down as much as possible or just hold them forever. And this might be the one thing that they could do it. There's some ultimates coming up on their side, a window which is going to make it really hard to walk into them, and it seems like slowly but surely the game is settling down.
See if this Bash is going to make the difference. No configuration of assault right now for GG. As the Amplification Matrix comes out from Hedge Dive, Axolotls make their way back to the objective, and already Toffee Jones making a full course retreat. Configuration assault is used from GG, trying to take advantage of this window, and Hammy burned down to 21 health to their name. But now that that window is removed, Saber's neighbors trying to keep themselves sustained. A lot of damage bumped into Hedge Dive as this Curse on the off angle. Toffee Jones taking an unfortunate charge into a wall. Not going to be stopped by their charge, but it's still going to try to pounce through it. But now Curse on the side angle gets rid of GG. The main damage threat is gone for the side of Saber's neighbors as now the Axolotls are pushing forward with everything they've got. Deadeye comes out, but the beat is there from Rain to counter it, looking for any sort of kills here with this Deadeye. And they find Hedge Dive all the way in the back line. GG gets fanned out with the hammer, and now the Axolotls cleaning up these picks one by one. Make it 3 for Curse, make it 4 for Curse. All that's left is spot the cat in the ice block, and they're going to get killed out by Toffee Jones. This is going to be Axolotls pushing the cart into the final point of Icon Wall.
That is just like the chronicle of an announced death. Like, Curse takes the off angle, Bouncy, and just slowly but surely, like, notice them. Hey, the Lucio looks to the side. They're trying to fight them and get them off that off angle. But if you don't get them out, it's going to come back to bite you. And Curse, when they're hitting those shots, Bouncy, you definitely have to deal with them before it's too late. And it seems like it's too late for the side of Saber's neighbors. 1 minute and 52 seconds. That's an impressive time bank for a map of this size, and such a hard last objective, right? 10 seconds until we find out what they are going to be locking in. Bouncy, I don't want to call it, but I think Axolotls came here with an A game, like just locked in from the very beginning.
Yeah, it definitely seems like the Axolotls knew what they were going to be going up against here, but now we'll have to see if they're able to keep that stronghold on defense here. As we see them going over back to the same composition that we've been seeing time and time again this series. The Cassidy, the Malga, the Kiriko, and the Lucio. And then Hammy either going over to that Pharah or Genji here. In this case, they're running the Pharah. So we'll see if the Axolotls are going to make this composition work. As Saber's neighbors, Biscuit. Right now, they're showing that Bastion again, as Hammy's showing us the Winton.
You know what? Yeah, that's what I was going to say. You know what they're showing as well? The Winton. Big fan. And, you know, with the Porsche skin, very stylish, very stylish. As you were mentioning right though, let's talk about that. Reinhardt, I cannot explain how interesting the Reinhardt matchup is going into Maga. Usually, for example, you would think, hey, Maga, too many bullets, it's too hard to hold up the shield. But that also means that he's not healing. So if your team pushes together as like this sort of dead ball, oh, it doesn't matter. Hammy's already dead.
Yeah, Hammy does die here. Curses does get the trade-off on the GG. And now the charge from Toffee Jones. Actually, Epic Infinity charges off Toffee Jones and knocks the Unicorn. Saber's neighbors lost their Bastion, but they're still holding the front here with all of the damage, courtesy of Epic Infinity just charging people off the map. It's only now Curse and Sudofu on the point. Hammy's back in on the Pharah, trying to keep this contested as well, but now GG is also back on that Bastion, just peppering in the bullets, and there's no one from the side of Axolotls to contest the point. Epic Infinity saved that fight for the side of Saber's neighbors, and they start moving the card.
Oh, they even got a better time bank than Axolotls did at the beginning. This might be a bit of a closer game than we were expecting. But Bouncy, as I was saying, right, before I was interrupted by such a rush from them, Reinhardt, definitely a good matchup running into Maga. If you can just push with your Bastion, block any kind of healing for Maga, and just burst them, you can end up winning. But if you push by yourself like that, you're definitely not.
Yeah, you need your team if you are a Reinhardt in this situation. Unfortunately, Hedge Dive was not with the Reinhardt in that situation. And now the Axolotls once again taking every inch of space for granted. Sudofu finding 2, and GG on the wrong side of history will get killed out in the end.
Right, beautiful defense right there from Saber. Saber's not crumpling after what happened on that first point. Hey, whatever happened. Just lock it down on this gate. And that's what I'm saying, right? The 1v1 matchup between the tanks is going to be definitely lopsided for the side of Axolotls. But now that GG has like this barrier in front of them, their job is just to make it hell for Toffee to even be looking at them. The payload slowly progressing, slowly moving. Axolotls, they have a Deadeye. This might slow down the push, but it looks like Toffee's in trouble here.
Yeah, has to use the cardiac overdrive early because they're not able to get any healing or headshot damage with the shield in front of them, and GG just burns them to the ground here with that Bastion. That is the impact of this Reinhardt composition you were talking about, Biscuit. Just being able to shield and negate all of that damage that the Mauga can put out.
Yeah, see, they push together, they make it hard for any healing to go through, and the tank cannot do anything. But Toffee is coming onto the pick. There is a Deadeye here, which could change the course of things, but that configuration assault is already out. So this is your time if you're Axolotl to take it back.
Comes that Deadeye from Curse. The Shatter as well comes out from Epic Infinity onto 2 members. It's Doc the Unicorn and Toffee Jones over on the objective, knocked out. But the Deadeye does find Headshot. GG killed out by Hammy. And now Curse trying to keep themselves alive, just barely able to sustain through Spot the Cat. As now the Axolotls able to hold this point once again in their favor right before it enters the castle.
And Curse, just as always, comes back to bite them. There seems to be a running theme here, Bowsy. As soon as they see McCree on the off angle, they let him live, and then Curse just comes back and kills 5, basically. So, beautiful gameplay right there. Hammy is going to be on the church and making it hard for the Hedge Snipe to take those off angles as they were doing. You have to remember, they also used their window a little bit too, in a little bit of an overzealous way, making for a little bit of poke. Hammy in the backline, and it looks like they're sandwiched in this little mega room.
Just trying to pepper out the backline, distract the members from Saber so the brawl cannot get played. Here comes Toffee Jones, however, with the cage fight. Over 1,000 health to the name as they just pepper down the members of Saber's neighbors. No one is safe from the cage fight from Toffee Jones.
Well, you know, I said Reinhardt could block the bullets, but not the big boot, not the big stomp. You're definitely not blocking that, and it ends up coming back to kill them. 2 ultimates, however, we have to remember that was actually 3 ultimates for the side of Axolotl. So if you're Saber's neighbors, you took a loss, but that's a good loss. That's something that you want to see. Rain will be able to use their beat to push into the team, or to use it defensively against Curse's Deadeye, and definitely have a little bit of an advantage on this one. Toffee Jones has a pick on Hedge Snipe, so it looks like that plan is going to be postponed.
Yeah, definitely Toffee Jones finding their early pick means Saber neighbors have to go for this full course retreat if they want any chance of getting another fight. But Curse oversteps the boundary, gets turned out by GG, but now you've lost your tank. It's basically a 4-course retreat at this point, either the hard way or the easy way, and it looks like most of Saber's neighbors are taking the hard way.
Yeah, the hard way out is definitely not the one that you want to take, but it's going to be the one that you do. At the end of the day, 2 minutes still on the clock. You still have time, Bowsy. Just take it slow if you're Saber Sabers. You have a good matchup here. They just have to play it appropriately. I think they're having a little bit of a bad idea running into the choke constantly. That's definitely a place where Mauga can stomp you, where you can get booped off the map. It's really tough to take over there. So maybe going main is a little bit of a better idea, but it looks like we're giving it another try.
Might as well. He's trying to get through the castle here. Saber's neighbor's going to be trying to take the high ground here. They put Curse on a weird angle, trying to find Rain, and they find the kill on the Rain as Sutafu boops off Hedge Dive. So now Saber's neighbors have none of their supports, which means they have none of their ultimates online, and it's quick and easy pickings from there.
Yeah, they have to stop testing Curse as a they are going to shoot you. They are going to put you back into your spawn. And slowly, the advantage that Saber's neighbors has, right, is hey, I have ultimates, I have everything that I want just to murder you on that next team fight. But they're all coming back. They have a Deadeye, and Sutafu's beat is going to be back by the time that they least expected. Look at that off angle. They almost have the map, and that is the immortality field out already about that.
That is a very important cooldown. The beat also forced here from Rain as they try to push forward, but Hedge Dive goes for a dive alongside their support partner, Sutafu, cleaning up the field once again. Curse finding 2 as well, and that's what Saber's neighbors in the last fight territory.
And slowly that Reinhardt comp, you know, that beautiful idea that they had, hey, let's block that damage and use the Bastion, it's not happening anymore. GG is going to be on the soldier, but I don't think this is necessarily a better idea. Bowsy, they are going to have a Blizzard, but Mauga can get out of it freely, and Epic Infinity, the Shatter. I trust that Shatter to do something, but Hedge Dive, you can't go down like that.
Hedge Dive continually gets picked off first in all of these fights, and Saber's neighbors are paying the price. Now with only 20 seconds on the clock, they need to come up with a plan, and fast. Toppy Jones just pushing forward, stopping them from even gaining any sort of momentum here. Saber trying to keep themselves alive, but it's not going to be enough. Rain's out of the picture. Spot the cast, throws the Blizzard as a Hail Mary, but is not able to get anything with it. And the Amplification Matrix from Hedge Dive is just in a broken house at this point, as the Sabres neighbors are unable to get to the point at all, and Axolotls go to match point.
And yeah, Axolotls just locking it down after a not so optimal first point. Let's just say that, right? What can I say? They keep testing Kurt, saying that you're not getting pushed off, and they end up doing it. And Axolotls does a beautiful job on that second point. Playing a comp that is not easy here, Balsi. You're playing Maga. That guy cannot be guessing like that. He can run around, sure, but those rotations have to be fast, they have to be optimal, and that's exactly what Axolotls does, making it 0-2 for the side of Sabres, making it a match point for this series.
And you mentioned, like, having to be fast, having to be optimal. When it comes to Sabres neighbors, it definitely felt like someone was out in the open, and they just constantly were losing a pick every single time. And at the end of the day, the brawl was just was not as coordinated as Saber neighbors wanted to be. Sure, you'll look at that first point and say, oh, they were able to easily cap first point, but you can play that more to heroics of Epic Infinity, finding 2 charges off the map and saving that fight from absolute dread. So we'll have to see if Sabres neighbors are going to be able to pull out more of those heroics, because they're going to need a lot of them now, Biscuit, considering they're at match point in this series.
Absolutely, and I think we can both agree, hey, there were like flashes of brilliance right there, some really good ultimates, some boobs that just maybe divine intervention, but at the end of the day, you have to keep that momentum going, whether it's like at the beginning of the map, it's towards the second point. I think the Reinhardt idea, you have to keep pushing the long angle, right? You can maybe you can think of those long distances with your Bastion, with your Soldier, but going into that choke, Hami has like free reign over your entire team. They can throw a pulse bomb and kill 5, like putting themselves into these bad positions, misunderstanding, hey, maybe because I'm Reinhardt I want to play up close with my hammer. No, they have to use that barrier. They have to negate the advantage that a Maga would get in the matchup, right? It doesn't quite happen, but Balsi, who is to tell what's going to happen going into our third map, which is going to be Flashpoint. A very unique kind of game mode. Of course, we only have the same 2 maps always, Surabasa and New York City. Could this be the end of the series, Balsi?
It definitely could if Sabres neighbors are unable to find their sort of strife here on this map, but who knows? We may have not seen their reverse card to try and bring this into their favor. It'll be interesting to see if they can make it work here. As we take a look at the streams here, we have, of course, that B stream happening right now over on BPL 2. So if you're willing to watch that other match, which as I'm currently looking up right now, is, of course, I get an ad. I'll get it for you in a second, but if you want to watch that match, it is currently over on BPL 2. That match is right now Hivemind versus ShikiCaHmi. So if you want to watch that match, it is currently 1-0. They are currently playing on Midtown, so gonna be interesting to see how that series goes. Gio and Montenegro will guide you over there. But as we head over to this next map here, as you mentioned, Biscuit, map number 3, match point for the side of Axolotls. Sabres neighbors need an answer, and they're gonna try to find it on Surabasa.
Hopefully they will be able to do it. I think if they want to commit on over to the Reinhardt comp, it could definitely happen. With a closer distance, maybe pushing into the Maga, a little bit of a more open space. I think it could be a good idea. But Balsi, I think Axolotls has it. Like just Maga comp all day, every day, the NA Classic. I think it just works. Like, how else can I explain it? Just running into the team, and if they are not punishing you enough, it's definitely not going to happen now. We don't know that just yet. But Balsi, as you were saying, right, there's a second stream, and there's a lot more games happening over this weekend. So definitely do not miss them. If you like the casters here, trust me, there's some even better. No, in comparison to me, Balsi, perfect caster alongside me, but I'm very happy. I think this is a really good event. So don't forget that you can also donate right there. You have your $2 for a reward in the form of a vinyl sticker of the tournament's logo, and your $5 for a coaching raffle tickets for either Spilo or Natter. I do believe that going over the amount, like for example, you give 10, you get double entries. So yeah, the higher the amount, the better.
Yeah, definitely will be. Yeah, definitely. Make sure to donate! ! Donate in the chat. Let's hit that $1,000 goal that we're currently planning to hit before the end of the weekend, so we can help Palestine Children's Relief Fund with our support here in the rough times here for Palestine. But as we head over to map number 3 again, Surabasa is the map choice here from Sabres neighbors. Match point for Axolotls. Sabres neighbors, I've mentioned, They need an answer, and they need it fast.
Hopefully they can find it in Survival. This is the classic pick. Hey, I think a lot of teams really don't like New York City Mousy, and this map is just perfect, you know? Good amount of open spaces, good amount of corridors, good amount of like places to hide and run away from your enemies. But in 7 seconds, we will find out what they are running. I do not expect Axolotls to be switching off of the manga comp if it's working perfectly. This is a map that works very well with that rush style. But Saber's neighbors committing onto the dive. This is a if Tracer Genji is your Overwatch 1 kind of dive, this is like more Overwatch 2 kind of thing, you know? Beautiful. I love the Venture. I love running Tracer. I think there's a lot of burst potential in this comp. For example, if you're Sojourn, it's definitely hard for you to live against that Burrow, and then the immediate Venture combos. They've been nerfed a little bit ever since they came out, but, you know, at the end of the day, still a really good comp. However, they also have a Venture on the side of Axolotls, and that Venture is going to have a Cardiac Overdrive, which is going to give them a big advantage, Rousey. Trust me, that ability alongside Venture is such a good combo.
Running Doomfist into Amalga does not typically work, as we've constantly seen from Overwatch League professionals. We'll have to see if Epic Infinity has the power of Junbin on their side to run a dive tank into a Malga composition and win the series. Unfortunately, though, you can't be whipping your punches like that and landing them into a wall instead of into your opposition, as Epic Infinity learns that the hard way and gets their life sacrifice for it, as Axolotls going to be taking that advantage all the way to the bank and take the point.
Absolutely tragic, and it seems like we're not diving anymore. Epic Infinity switching over to the Sigma, realizing, you know what? I think this guy's not switching off of Maga. Spot the Cat, or previous tanks from map 1, as you mentioned back then, Bousy, is going to be on the Echo, and I really like the pick. A lot of burst damage, making it really hard for Curse to live. For Hami, probably going to force a lot of Burrows to get rid of those Zuskies, but Curse taking dangerous off angles and getting rewarded for it.
So Axolotls prepare for this re-engage here from Saber's neighbors, who are trying to poke in. They're going to be engaging on themselves, going to be going right into the backline. You see Hami on this Venture just trying to drill into the backline as they go all the way back and get rid of Hedge Dive with that mechanical drill, just cleaning up the field one by one here for the Axolotls.
That's just adventure damage, man. Like, as soon as they get it on your backline, they're going to get so much XP from that passive that they do have, and it's just over. Look, Flashpoint is a game mode that ticks by fast, and just in 2 fights, it looks like we're moving on to our last. Spot the Cat is going to have a copy, really strong ultimate, giving a lot of survivability. Maybe a cage, maybe a beat, maybe anything. Like, it could flex into any kind of ultimate, but it looks like they will not be touching. Moving on to that second point, Bousy Axolotls is on fire right now.
They definitely are on fire, which is not good for a sea-based creature, but nonetheless, they're still going to be holding this for their own. As they head over now to the palace, Axolotls going to be meeting up with Saber's neighbors who try to take an early and advantageous position. Already so many abilities popped on either side. Both cleansing Suzus are popped, and now the picks starting to fly. GG and Epic Infinity both removed from the fight in the midst of those dueling Kitsune rushes, and now the rest of Saber's neighbors falling one by one here as the tide turns in the favor of the Axolotls once again.
One by one, absolutely, and it seems like they are dead before the point even unlocks. They will belong to the side of Axolotls. They use both Kitsune rushes from the teams, but at the end of the day, they are even on these ultimates, and I think both teams have some really strong ones. GG could end up bursting Curse. They could find a really good pull to Tassel before they can beat, but it doesn't matter right now. This Tectonic Shock is going to be really good with just the way this point is shaped.
Definitely can use that Tectonic Shock in a good way, but the cage fight gets canceled by Toffee Jones. The accretion from Epic Infinity cancels that cage fight that does have a deploy time. Axolotls, however, able to get a rid of Rain in the middle of that fight, who tried to use the beat. I don't know if they got it off, but nonetheless, it's still the Axolotls coming out on top, just pumping in the damage. Spot the Cat, tries to go over the duplicate Malga, does get rid of Toffee, and gets rid of Hami, but it's not going to be enough to turn the tide here, as it's going to be another fight victory for the Axolotls.
Oh, and you just blink and you already see that overclock being popped. It's going to find a couple of stagger picks, maybe. I don't think
no picks at all. No picks at all from that overclock. So there's an opportunity here for Saber's neighbors to re-engage onto this objective, but they have to be fast. 90% on the point and ticking. Rain is going to have the one to touch with Epic Infinity in their back pocket here. Overtime wickets begin to burn, but Epic Infinity is already removed from the fight, and Rain is quick to follow, getting killed out by Hami. And it's once again the Axolotls cleaning house here, and with the final kills on this point, they're going to be heading the Flashpoint match point.
It's been such a fast game, Bousy. Like, it seems like just a couple moments ago we were talking about the map pick, and maybe some kind of changes they could do, but it's not happening. The Sigma definitely has been a pick that maybe works a little bit more than the Doom and the Reinhardt, but at the end of the day, it seems like Axolotls just has it down, and they will be first onto the point. Spot the cat, switches on all over to the Venture, but there's no follow-up. Like, the only person that can go with you could be Rain, but I don't think it's gonna work.
We'll see if Saber's neighbors are going to be able to use this venture to their advantage, or if Axolotls have it nailed down to a T. Saber's neighbors not going to be able to get to the point. They're going to be forced to poke from afar as Curse going for this off angle yet again. They've been able to pop up so far on the hit scan, but they're going to be trying to pepper in the damage, looking for the railgun shot, missing it so far, but the pressure's already been applied. Axolotls gave the point. Infinite Rush now used from both Heroes here, but Spot the Cat is already removed, courtesy of the burrow from Hammy, as now Saber's neighbors trying to keep themselves sustained. They do get rid of the opposition, get rid of the opposing venture, but are trying to stabilize for their own, as now it's heads dive, getting doled on by themselves, forcing the cleansing suits just to keep themselves alive, and so far through all of it, Saber's neighbors have not been able to find anything. Here comes the Gravitic Flux from Epic Infinity, however, trying to turn the tide as Sudoku uses the beat to keep everybody alive, but Toppy Jones off on an angle, not caught by the beat, and they get burned down by Hedge Dive, as now Saber's neighbors have an opportunity to push into this objective as they get rid of Curse and Dr. Unicorn in tandem, and now it's finally Saber's neighbors claiming some sort of stabilization on the objective.
But they did sacrifice a bunch of their ultimates, right? That is going to be Kitsune, that it's going to be a Gravitic Flux, and also Tectonic Shock. Axolotls will be coming back with their tank ultimate and with a Tectonic. There will be no support ultimates to hold down against that Deadeye. That's a really good fight for them, though. Slowly setting up the pace, and maybe stopping the momentum instead of Axolotls. Hammy dropping a little low, but they will be saved by their own burrow. The cage is ready, and do not get caught by it.
Toppy Jones has that cage. Beautiful Deadeye though, landing onto all 5 members, and while the cage is there, it's 2 people already dead for the side of Axolotls. Hammy also uses the Tectonic Shock and gets absolute zilch with it, as it's a cleanup here from Saber's neighbors, baiting out both of those ultimates from Axolotls.
Beautiful fight from the side of Saber's neighbors, punishing Toffee for definitely not the best of engages right there. Slowly going into the open, then getting poked up by the Deadeye, by GG, by Spot, by Sigma, by everyone on the team. 80%, there will be a touch right here. They are very speedy thanks to that Lucio, but I don't think that this fight is going to go their way. However, they do have another clock, and this is their one chance to lock up the game.
Has to make the special play. Here comes the Tectonic Shock from Spot the Cat as they get rid of Dr. Unicorn and Toppy Jones. Also removed. Curse has the overclock, but it's just going to be driving themselves off the edge. Epic Infinity will clean them off before they go into the waters below, as it's going to be Saber's neighbors taking their first point on this map here. Now thrusting us into yet another flashpoint as they try to bring back this map for their own.
But it doesn't seem like it's ending right there. Hammy will take 2 picks on their exiting from the point, and they will also live. Beautiful right there. It's going to make this fight a lot easier for the side of Axolotls. The momentum is back on their side as they move on to this next point. Bousy, they risked a lot, and those staggers are going to hurt them. That's extra ultimate charge for Sotafu, for Hammy, sorry. And Epic Infinity will have their flux, but as long they will have to go fast. Like, if you don't use it as fast as you can, Sotafu will make it useless.
As the Axolotls take the objective uncontested, Saber's neighbors need to try to find their way onto the objective to try and stop that progress from even ticking up. Hammy looking on that side angle, going to be trying to go into the back line, but here comes that Gravitic Flux from Epic Infinity, and they burn Dr. Unicorn, sending that PhD to the Fire Realm, and now Saber's neighbors just cleaning up the remainder of the picks here, and it's going to be the Axolotls forced to retreat.
A good stagger, at least from them. It's going to be 45% and ticking a little bit more up onto the high 50s. If they manage to take the point, it will move on to our almost last fight territory. But Bouncy, beautiful flux on the side of Epic Infinity, recognizing, hey, we need to go fast before they get their beat, and it guarantees the fight for them. Curse ends up getting hit by a rock from across the map, and look, oh my god, they're popping everything.
Yeah, Hammy using that Tectonic Shock just to make the space here for Axolotls, forcing Saber's neighbors to set up on the objective, and Epic Infinity already dropping extremely low, but this Deadeye from GGGG is going to be crucial. It separates the members of Axolotls, keeps them away from the members of Saber's neighbors and makes it so that they can sustain for a little bit longer. Toffee Jones going to be pushing in, trying to focus on Spot the Cat, who's just being able to drill away. But look at how much HP they have as the beat is used from Sudofu to keep the rest of Axolotls alive. But now the stop from Toffee Jones lands right on top of GG. While Spot the Cat is able to win their duel up against their opposition Venture. Rain does get the beat off, however, trying to keep the rest of their team alive. And Toffee Jones is burned to the ground by Hedge Dive yet again. Spot the Cat going back into the back line, just trying to find these staggered kills. They get rid of Curse, they get rid of Dr. Unicorn for a 3K in this fight, securing the point for the Saber's neighbors. Actually, not yet. Not yet. Sudofu taking the point, getting a back cap. Axolotls have an opportunity to re-engage, but Sudofu is the only one on the objective. They're going to get hit by the accretion from Epic Infinity, and now there's no one left for the Axolotls to take that point back, as now Saber's neighbors have thrust it into the 5th and final flashpoint.
I don't even know what is happening, Bounce. It looks like they finally found the rhythm, like they finally found their step, and definitely committing a lot to countering Toffee on the Maga. Look, that's just hard characters for him to play against. You cannot kill Venture. That Reaper is going to feed off of you more than you will feed off of him, and Epic Infinity is just playing a really solid tank, a really solid, and throwing some really good ultimates out there. There will be no beat to counter this Flux, and I think this fight is going to go Saber Neighbor's way. You don't really have anything from inside of Axolotls. The best you can do is pray that they take too long and that they allow you to use your ultimates.
Problem, however, is Saber's neighbors have to make their way to the objective. They go on a side route here. The Gravitic Flux on Epic Infinity lands on the multiple members, thrusting them up into the sky. The Deadeye from Curse in their way. But now that cage fighting consider are used from Toffee Jones and Dr. Unicorn, and all the damage is coming in. Spot the Cat is removed, but so is Curse. And now Hivemind has the Tectonic Shock, cleaning up the field with the Tectonic, with the Kitsune Rush in tow. Hivemind popping up with 3 in this fight, 2 from the Tectonic Shock alone.
This point is just so good for Venture. There's nowhere to hide from those from the Tectonic Shock, and it will get you. You know what's the worst part about that? 3 ultimates from Saber's neighbors. They switch all over to the May, but Hivemind completely stops them on the rails, committing with, like, again, Axolotls popped a lot of them, but now the point is on their side. It's 60%, and you have nothing. You have nothing going in. Only a Blossom. And Blossom is one of those ultimates that is really hard to use, so hopefully there will be something, but this is last fight for the side of Saber's neighbors.
Last fight, GG needs to make this Blossom work. They use it right in the middle, but they're booped up by Sudofu! Over into the Drake goes the Death Blessing Reaper. They did indeed die. And now Saber's neighbors just trying to get onto the objective, have no answers to do it. Rain is going to be able to touch, but it's not going to be for long as they're burnt down by their adversary. Saber's neighbors need to try to find some stability. The Kiriko of Hedge Dive and that Sigma are there, but it's all for naught as they are both burned down to the core. As Saber's neighbors just trying to keep this contested, but it's going to be all for naught. Axolotls are just cleaning up the remains, feasting on the remains, and it's going to be Axolotls taking a convincing 3-0 matchup in this series.
And I cannot explain what a tragedy it is. Just a glimmer of hope, suddenly taking 2 points in such a violent fashion, Bowsy, just for Hivemind to put a stop to that fight, for the Reaper to go down into the seas of Surabasa, and just look at this. So much damage. Beautiful Venture gameplay right here. And Bowsy, what I thought was going to turn into a 2-1 ends up closing as a 3-0 as Axolotls takes the match. It's just... It's such a heartbreak, man.
Definitely is a little bit of a heartbreak if you are a fan of Saber's neighbors. But Axolotls, after losing in their week 1 match, they now remain undefeated here in the Watch Over Palestine tournament here, Biscuit, which is a very good sighting to go into, especially with the Swiss stage rounding up on the end of the day here today. But Axolotls are looking like a threat to win this entire thing if they keep up this momentum so far. So we'll have to see if they're able to keep this momentum in their favor, as they are definitely seeming like a team to be feared.
Yeah, these teams are going to have to think, hey, how can we beat that Maga comp? How can we get rid of the Pharah, which was definitely one of the scarier factors, right? Going into the Icon World, going into the Lijiang Tower, but that Venture as well. It seems like they can play kind of everything, even if their tank was definitely not as, you know, playing too many different picks. Saber's neighbors, sadly, they don't manage to get a win, but you know, they did show some flashes of brilliance, and it was a very entertaining series. You know, the fights that were very close, the fights that I could see, hey, they're slowly bringing it back. You know, it ends in a heartbreak, but at the end of the day, great job from both of the teams. It's going to be a 3-0 for the day, Baz.
Yeah, definitely. Axolotls with that Mauga were able to make it work, and hopefully that Mauga can continue to remain dominant throughout the entirety of their run here in this tournament. If it doesn't, then it's going to be difficult, but Axolotls making a statement. Saber's neighbors showing some glimmers of hope toward the latter half, but it just wasn't enough for them to take the victory at the end of the day. But definitely going to be interesting to see if both of these teams can try to keep themselves going. If Saber's neighbors can come back in the fourth round of Swiss, or if Axolotls can continue their great run throughout the entirety of the tournament and try to claim that title for their own. There is a lot of high competition for it, but who knows? They very well could be at the top of the leaderboard at the end of this tournament.
Absolutely. And, I really hope that Axolotls is able to, think of Axolotls showing, hey, we can make it to the end, because even though they did take one of the losses against one of the teams, I believe it was Deathlock, one of those. At the end of the day, I think that they've shown today, hey, we're a good team. We can show you what the manga is all about, and I think it's going to be. It's definitely going to be one of the better competitors in doing the rest of the tournament. Bowsy, it seems like we're going to have to go on a break. We do have to say the Swiss bracket, although it's coming to an end, some of the matches need to finish. Don't forget, over on BPL2, we have another match going on with our caster Geo. So definitely go check that out if you want some more Overwatch. You definitely cannot miss it. And don't forget, this whole tournament is all in the benefit of the Palestine Children's Relief Fund. Don't forget, $3 will get you a beautiful vinyl sticker from the logo of the tournament, and that $5 to enter that raffle to get coached by Nader or Spilo. So do not miss it. You get to give some help, and you get some really cool treats as in reward. But Mousy, I think that's it for today.
Yeah, we're going to be back here for round 4 of the Swiss, so do not go anywhere while we wait for the rest of the round 3 Swiss games to conclude. We'll be showing you what's happening on the B stream here in a second, and we'll be back later today with round 4 of the Swiss stage. Don't go anywhere.
Matra. Hivemind now know that they can't mess about on this first point. They need to secure this first point and move into second if they want to equalize this series and not let ShikiCaHmi get a match point. They've got 2 minutes to do it, so they don't need to play as fast as we saw ShikiCaHmi do as they rotated back there onto point and forced out that immortality field early. Hivemind currently hovering to stay on the Ramatra though, which would tell me that they do want to play fast. It's a dangerous ploy, but if it works out, you can get in the face of this Sigma, and Blobfish obviously can't eat the fists of the Ramatra, right? So Blobfish could be in a bit of trouble, but again, the Lucio's there for ShikiCaHmi to back up from this. I think this is a bit of a Hail Mary play from Keegan on Hivemind.
I completely agree with you. I do want to see the Ramatra come to fruition. With 5 seconds to go, I think that's what we're going to be treated to. And Gracio, be so serious. Thank you. We're going to be seeing the Tracer coming in from Gracio, who has been teasing me all day with the Junkrat. But like you said, they got to play fast, they got to play strong. And with the Ramatra, with the Omnic and the Nemesis form, I'm excited to see that come through. We've been playing a little bit slower on the side of ShikiCaHmi, staying with this Sigma. But with the Lucio ramping up that Sigma speed, it could spell a little bit scary for Hivemind. Oh my god, Zafara! Oh my goodness. This has become exponentially scarier for ShikiCaHmi with that Pharah pick from Gracio.
However, who's healing the Pharah? The Bap? The Lucio? This is another Hail Mary play. Hivemind are dancing on the edge of death, but they found an elimination.
With those big old Pharah hitboxes, I see it. We're going to be seeing ShikiCaHmi's have to retreat back to the objective itself, as Mithraya also falls victim to turn front on this Sojourn. And Grayskull just showcasing some excellent movement with these brand new verticality that has been introduced into her kit, and just kind of sweeping the floor and making a wave through on Midtown. The objective would be captured with about 50 seconds to spare, which is really good.
Yeah, this back pocket choice of the Pharah is something that Gracie is clearly very comfortable on, and it has given their team a moment of reprieve. They've got time in the bank still moving into second point. If they can control this high ground and force ShikiCaHmi back off of it, then it's going to be a lot of hurt, because it's going to be a lot more difficult for this Pharah to get stuff done without access to the high ground, without access to those forward corners. Blobfish though has Flux ready now, and that's the big scary. Wi-Fi needs to build this beat fast to utilize it to nullify that Flux.
You're absolutely right. That float has been generational each and every time Blobfish has been blessed to use it. Speaking of, we also have the window and the pulse bomb ready. Wow Bob also coming up on that overclock, and this payload is coming closer and closer to the objective. We have to use something here, and there it is. That defense that matrix will be coming in, as well as the sound barrier from Wi-Fi. There is that blob. There's that blob's flux coming through, and baby again falls victim to Gracie on this Hail Mary Farah, who may just be the pick of the day. But
Wait
no,
a minute.
in your picks, we have 1, 2, 3. Can we clutch? Can we
What?
clutch? We're gonna clutch. Wow, Bob is gonna clutch the 1v2 with the Ramacha, not Ramacha ultimate coming as well, the Annihilation, and the last minute sound barrier. This is gonna be the W that ShikiCaHmi needed. All we have left are just a couple of strays coming through.
Oh
I
my
cannot
God.
believe they held that.
Oh my god. The match isn't even over. Wow Bob MVP. That was insane. That was incredible. That was literally took their team onto their shoulders and like Atlas held them above high. Wow Bob saved that so well. Wow.
Right here, the
And
play of the
yeah.
game deserved. 1, 2, 3, baby. Then give it fourth one. We absolutely can. Oh, oh my goodness. Oh, that was amazing.
It was
That
so good
amazing.
that someone overclocked our producer's brain. It's not 1-1. ShikiCaHmi are 2-0. ShikiCaHmi are a match point because of a heroic play from Wow Bob. Incredible stuff because that was pretty much over. They had invested all of the other ults. They hadn't gotten the value from them. Baby had went down early because of the Pharah again finding value, and it seemed like Hivemind had found the right amount of spice to add to their composition, but no, you can't adjust for Wow Bob, who she popped off, man. She just absolutely decimated the opposition there.
Just different at this point. You know, like you said, MVP, I agree with you. I have never seen a soldier and just single-handedly kind of save these last-minute interactions, especially with that overclock wick counting down the seconds. We were in overtime. We had the payload kissing the objective. They were going to win, and then suddenly here comes Wow Bob, just wowing us all with a beautiful overclock, catching the soldier and lacking, and then forcing out the annihilation from Keegan, and that just secured them the W. And oh my goodness. 2-0 so far, one more match to win, and that's going to be hopefully settled on Flashpoint.
Yeah, and we'll find out after this very quick break who will win it out. Will it be ShikiCaHmi getting the free, or will Hivemind begin their journey to reverse sweep? Find out after this short break.
we're back. We're back with a hot series for y'all. Hot series, hot cherry tournament. We're so back. We got more donations. Another $10 donation from Hunter Train coming through right before we went to the break. So thank you so much for that donation. We're at $769, guys. And again, if you want to learn more information, you want to donate yourselves, please do exclamation point donate in the chat for more information to go over to the website and donate a couple of bucks. Like Gio had mentioned previously, there's a couple of rewards. $3 earns you a beautiful vinyl sticker, and $5 earns you some really a raffle to get some really great coaching. So guys, why would you not donate? Like, hello.
Yeah, when I donated yesterday, I clicked both raffles because I thought, yeah, why not? I'm
Yeah,
quite
why
bad at this
not?
game. I could probably use some coaching.
I felt that.
I could probably
um
use someone to tell me what exactly is wrong with what I do with my keyboard and mouse.
the first thing I say is get a new keyboard and mouse. And I'm like, no. I am Logitech for the win. Like, we forever and ever and ever. But of
I'm
course,
locked into Razer, unfortunately.
you're just like my boyfriend. It's just so sad. we we do not get along, but like a little bit. But in all seriousness, regardless of what you play, we are seeing ShikiCaHmi get some amazing last minute W's on the
Yeah.
board, especially on Midtown. You know, again, Wow Bob for like the umpteenth time, securing a very phenomenal last second
Yeah.
W for ShikiCaHmi on Midtown. And speaking of, we're gonna be swapping over to Flashpoint. This is match point for ShikiCaHmi, and hopefully they take it running on New Junk City.
Yeah, we've been brought here by Hivemind, who, if you're thinking about the difference between Servasa and New Junk City in terms of, like, are we playing Sigma or are we playing Mauga, it's a little bit harder to get stuff done with the Sigma here. You still can do it, especially in Arena. You can create distance, and then some of these points have a lot of high ground, so you can definitely still play the Sigma composition, but it's much more difficult than it would be than on Servasa, where there's massive sightlines, especially on that first point. And yeah, you already see it. ShikiCaHmi are playing the Mauga, and I think Hivemind are a little bit more confident in matching this Mauga from Blobfish and basically getting their own strengths in. Crimson on the Cassidy, Wowbob on the Sojourn. Differences, Crimson's going to have a lot more output up close, but at any amount of range, Wowbob is going to have the better time building their railgun and getting those head clicks.
Oh, I love that we're going to be seeing a completely different DPS lineup here after the Sim TP. We're going to be seeing the Cass Genji versus the Sojourn Tracer of ShikiCaHmi. So I would love to see how this kind of favors ShikiCaHmi, and clearly it does, as Crimson goes down almost immediately here. And we're also going to be seeing a kind of the advantage in terms of positioning, in terms of taking over the space for Hivemind so far. They do get a takeover baby, but ShikiCaHmi is still on the objective. It's going to be activated in a couple of seconds. Guys, the objective. The objective. We must unlock it. We must get the objective first.
Yeah, ShikiCaHmi did lose someone first, but of course that tank is much more important than the Tracer. So initial control going to go to ShikiCaHmi. They are a little bit ahead in terms of the DPS output. Wowbob getting a lot done. They can utilize this high ground. Look how close they can play with that shift available. They can always back up.
Ooh, you saw that Wowbob had to retreat from the stage, and Wi-Fi understood, hey, you're already one to take care of it real fast, and the rest of ShikiCaHmi kind of just goes right down after Wowbob goes down for the count. And that was a very easy, clean, dry fight taken by Hivemind. A couple ultimates being lined up soon here, especially on the support side of things on Raccoona and Wi-Fi. That rush and that Saber will be impeccable in the middle of the next fight.
It's worth noting that, a little bit of voice crack there, it's worth noting that the Genji is a little bit better against the Mauga when Mauga has full health, because the armor changes that came in. Tracer just does much less damage to an armored target than someone who has like more burst damage like the Genji, and that's what we're seeing. Graciel having an easier time burst down the opposing Mauga.
The dash in, forcing out that cardiac overdrive, and the deep flight right in front of Blobfish's face means that my person cannot be going in like this and can't actually play the game as Mauga. Mauga just can't be shooting up into Genji's deflect like that, and that was just really smart all around from Gracio to understand what that winning condition on Genji is versus Mauga.
Yeah, unlikely to get touch here. If they do go for it, they'll be going right into Keegan's cage that's ready. In fact, you see them going a little bit aggressive. They're going under, though. They've swerved you. They're on your point.
They're on the point. Look around, turn around, run, run, run. And we're going to be capturing the point almost. Good little last minute contest. And there's a big high note coming from Crimson, as well as an aggressive sound barrier. Again, Gracio, I want to mention, has been kind of the MVP on the side of Hivemind so far. Getting not one, but two incredibly important limbs here. And Crimson just kind of falling right up with finishing everything off.
Yeah, Crimson trying to get as much output as what Bob did, and definitely it's working. Those closer quarters is where Cassidy absolutely shines in the duo, and in the rival between Cassidy and Sojourn. Now it's Cass and Sojourn. A lot of upfront pressure damage, but there's not a lot of flank control here, so Gracio can be a little bit more cheeky on those flanks if they so wish.
Oh, there's a lot of things going on here. We have a blade, we have a cage spider too. We do have the sound barrier coming in from Pleasure. And thankfully the sound barrier did come through and help out a little bit here as we, oh man, as I say that. I was gonna say we did see one person on Hivemind fall first, which was Gracio, but then with the fact that Keegan's still alive and running and active on Mauga, ShikiCaHmi just kind of rolls right over, unfortunately.
Went a little bit too aggressive, a little bit too greedy. Bob survived to 5 HP. But yes, the point going for Hivemind are going to have that Kitsune rush. It will be matched by Mifraya, but no sound barriers either side to do anything. It's Baby, though, who can change the tide with this high noon and nullify the space created by the opposing Kitsune rush.
You're absolutely right. We're going to be seeing the rest of Hivemind kind of back up a little bit, give ShikiCaHmi the space they've been kind of eyeing for as they rush over to that high ground. And now look how split up our poor Keegan is away from the rest of the team. So much so that we do get the imperative pick here, as well as a point flipping in the backside to ShikiCaHmi in their favor.
Yes, and that's what ShikiCaHmi needed. They needed a little bit of leeway. Holding on to
Oh!
their... Oh, no! Oh, baby, that's not good. And now the Hivemind can walk on. They might not even need to utilize the ultimates, but you'll definitely need to utilize the ultimates if you're ShikiCaHmi. If you want to hold on to this, your rush is going to have to come out here.
Absolutely. Or even a high note from Crimson as a response. And a double high. Oh, my goodness. But I do still want to see that Kitsune be utilized. Blockfish's health going super far down, and that rush, absolutely, the double rush, gonna be burned out here as Keegan, the first to go down. And while Bob and Blockfish, hand in hand, going right back to spawn, the Suzu does get burnt here as Wi-Fi does go over the sound barrier. And in my opinion, in a team fight that's already been kind of won, might have been a little bit too much though, as it really is just Baby stalling the point that's already been flipped back in Hivemind's favor.
And one more fight for this point, and it will secure whoever gets it. It could be a map point for Hivemind, but it's all about either building this blade quickly or utilizing this cage to nullify this upcoming overclock from WowBob, who we know will hit their shots and will get value from it.
Ooh, that's even if you can touch the point in general. So 979899 counting, and the big boop coming in from Wi-Fi means that Bob cannot touch this point today. The team fight is gonna be taken up in these little in this little quarter here, but not gonna be for not. Another one team fight for Hivemind, 2-0 so far. Match point on Flashpoint, and the start of maybe getting a point on the actual board here.
That was such a cheeky boop. Why if I get that cheeky boop, making sure the point doesn't even get touched? I think ShikiCaHmi were looking for like maybe a 4-1 split. Very risky. I would have done maybe a 3-2 split, have Lucio with WowBob, so you can definitely touch the point, and then you can create kind of a pincer movement. Now you're playing across these high grounds, and the double hit scan comp probably going to get a lot more done.
And like you said, it definitely did. Gonna be picking out Grayscale so quick into his first fight and trying to also take care of Rakuna, but able to actually get out of there relatively scot-free. The point for the first time is gonna be going over to ShikiCaHmi. Can they maintain it? Hopefully with the ults they do have, all of, 4, they should be able to.
Maybe they'll basically get 5 as well next fight, and Hivemind is going to be so difficult for this composition to go across. You need to rush across, probably throw in your Suzu as you're going in with the blade as well. This is going to be extremely tough at best. You probably want to speed in with High Noon just to give you that space to work with in the first place.
Oh, big hinder on Keegan. Gonna be kind of wasting that cooldown so quickly. Be charging in and helping out with that Dragon Blade, which now means I actually can't get anyone. Look at all the space that Baby has just cleared up with one press, the ultimate, rendering that Dragon Blade completely useless. And honestly, forcing out another team fight. We just kind of paused in the middle of it.
Holding close to ShikiCaHmi, a bit risky. B comes out. Here's the cage though to try and stop it. The High Noon in the cage. It's so dangerous. Oh my god, Crimson, you mad? Oh.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Get my daddy right now. That was crazy. We just... Okay. We saw like 5 ults be utilized there. We saw a cage fight, we saw a beat, we saw Kitsune, we did see a Deadeye, and that Deadeye was impeccable. Getting a 3k there was honestly the start they needed to reverse it back in their favor. And now we only... Somehow ShikiCaHmi has lost all of their ultimates they had just had 5 previously. Wi-Fi still has a Saber, which is really good dedication to maintaining that ult. So how are they going to use it? I'm not sure. Maybe a dry fight here.
Yeah, you've got time for it. You are playing quite slow here though, ShikiCaHmi, so you have to be careful. There's a big charge!
Big charge on Crimson, but even bigger take on Blobfish on this Malga. The sound barrier also coming through is not of any help for ShikiCaHmi, as it allows Hivemind to be the most aggressive team in the lobby. But wow, Bob just kind of shutting down Wi-Fi the last second there. Speaking of last second, however, at 80% and counting, and with how fast Flashpoint does tick down, can they touch? Maybe. I see Blobfish over there. Can you run in, bestie?
This is gonna be real tough, and then you're looking to build. Oh, the cage! Oh, yeah, of
Oh,
course.
right.
Just cuts that, yeah.
All right. We get last minute touch, and we're still touching at the very end of the day, but that charge is going through the cage is so funny. That's going to be a 3-0 for Hivemind on Flashpoint. They finally have a point on the board, taking us 3-1. I'm sorry, not 3-1, 2-1 into a guaranteed map 4.
I just love that scene of Keegan using cage and then slowly just watching Blobfish charge by them like, oh yeah, that's how that hero works. Nothing stops that charge. Insane High Noon, by the way. I almost lost my voice screaming at the top of my lungs. You don't see High Noons like this these days. They're like the old ancient times of the flank noon, far behind us. But yeah, Crimson able to utilize the High Noon. She spotted that was the perfect time to utilize it to nullify all those ultimates coming out. Did it perfectly, and I think ShikiCaHmi will maybe kick themselves a little that they held close. They'll look at the back at that one and think, oh yeah, we had the range advantage. Why did we cross this high ground? We needed to back up, be patient, and utilize our range. As soon as we got close is when you saw Hivemind come in and they got the advantage. And now we have a game on our hands.
We do. We finally have a game 4. I'm kind of glad it wasn't a 3-0 quite yet, because it's been really disappointing for it to be another 3-0 for us casting together. So I am happy to see another game together. And I'm also happy to see that Hivemind is starting to slowly pick up the pace, start to kind of win out these fights a little more consistently than we had seen in map 1 and 2 respectively. And it's going to be a really fun time as I believe, going over to... I'm lying. I don't have this pulled up right now. Going over to push. Okay, gonna be seeing all of 3 map types for push. We of course are not gonna be seeing Coliseo, because why would you? We may be going over to New Queen Street or Esperanza as well. And personally, I am a big fan of Esperanza. I played it today for Calling All Heroes, and it was just like, oh yes, everything works out. You have a bunch of high ground, you have a bunch of cover, you have a bunch of long areas for more ranged gameplay, you have some small areas for more brawl. It's beautiful. That's where Sigma would be really fun if you want to go that kind of both factor. But Malga will probably play there. And you know what? I don't know why I'm talking about Sigma. We're probably going to be saying Malga again.
Yeah, it's much harder to play those compositions on push when, they can just play the Mauga on point. But yeah, I think Esperanza is probably the best call, like you said. You've got a little bit of poke, you've got a little bit of brawl potential on that map, and if you have that Lucio with that composition, then you have the ability to move between those modes and have a little bit better of a time in the brawl. So you've got time to think about it, you've got time to work it out, but is this Hivemind just finally getting into their system? You know, they definitely chose a map that was compositionally in their favor. The Moga, absolutely. When it looks like Moga to Moga, Hivemind have the advantage. But it's when ShikiCaHmi plays these other compositions, particularly that Sigma, that things change. ShikiCaHmi surely have realized that. They've surely realized that, and they know what they want to be doing. As we wait for the map pick, I want to remind everyone that we're all doing this for a wonderful charity. The PCRF supplies humanitarian aid to children in Palestine, and of course, specifically a lot of support going to into Gaza right now, where there is an unprecedented humanitarian crisis, and they have boots on the ground teams there, giving aid specifically to the children, of course, who are being displaced, or you know. I saw a tweet from the PCRF talking about how a lot of children with hearing aids had been losing their hearing aids, so they had to be getting more hearing aids in to get them those hearing aids so they could, well, hear. And it's an extremely awful thing that's happening. And charities like the PCRF that have been there for a while are trying to balance out what's happening and give aid to those who need it.
Absolutely. So again, if you want to help out the PCRF and consider donating, please do. I think it's important to donate in the chat for more information. Also, to actually go to the website itself and donate a couple of bucks. If if you have a little bit of extra change, it is incredibly very well needed, and will be used towards good sources, especially for children over in Palestine right now. And again, $3 earns you a sticker. If you put your address with your donation, we can ship you a custom-made sticker from Pufa. And we will also be having, if you donate $5, you will be put into, or you can be put into a raffle to get coaching from some of the best coaches we have over here. So come on, guys. Like it's $3 or $5. I've been seeing people donate. I mean, as you can see, our biggest donation was $100, which was it still like blows my mind. That's a big donation that big is just so good from June. So come on, we're almost there. 769 to 1,000. If we can get over 1,000, that's even better. But 1,000 is our goal. Let's make it happen tonight, even.
Yeah, that would be something,
That'd be
wouldn't it? If we
crazy.
actually got reached that tonight, we get another cash cow coming in and hitting with the big donation. But we have got a map selected. New Queen Street is going to be where we're going to bring it back to the Overwatch world, and so I definitely see the value in this. Big sightlines on New Queen Street. Also, you typically see dive being played on New Queen Street, but with how we've been seeing it, we have seen a little bit of dive on Busan from ShikiCaHmi, but they very quickly realized that doing it into a Moga wasn't going to work, and they matched Mogas. So I have to imagine that they're looking to just play those longer sightlines. However, because it's a little wiggly line, if you look at it from above, it's very easy to cross those wiggly lines as a Moga and just nullify that distance. So, this is going to be a tough one for ShikiCaHmi. It seems like if I had to put money on it, Hivemind probably have the advantage on a map type like push.
Absolutely. And back to Malga, it probably will be played here. I would prefer to see the dive again, because I think the dive was working really well up until the counterplay was really starting to pick up against that dive coming in from ShikiCaHmi. But like you said, this is of course ShikiCaHmi's pick here, and hopefully they find some way to make even just a Malga work, maybe a classic Winston dive, or even a modified dive to counter the Malga, that being with a Diva instead, with the defense matrix being such a big counter to Malga's initial kit of those machine guns. So I'd love to see how we see here. We're gonna be seeing in a couple of seconds what the vibe is, and that's always the most fun part. But please be dive. Please, please, please. Oh, okay.
Okay, yeah. This is the closest dive that as we'll get.
Yeah,
And
we see Sigma. I'm happy.
yeah, the unfortunate truth is that if you're a dive enjoyer, then there's a whole APAC region you can go to.
Oh my goodness.
but in NA and EU, we're not as honourable as playing that dive. But yes, this is ShikiCaHmi's bread and butter. This is where they're going to work best. Also on the flip side, this is Hivemind's bread and butter. And with Crimson doing some incredible stuff on the Cassidy last match, you do know that once you place that Crimson in those close quarters where they're going to get the value out of being that Cassidy against the Sojourn, then they're going to do some incredible feats.
I love the confidence going around that statue that way because they could have been booped off by Lucio at any point, but was not able to. So really good awareness coming in from Hivemind and really go through. But as I say that, it's gonna be Baby and Wow Bob getting some incredible picks here, keeping up Hivemind a couple of players up, and now poor Kiriko. Rakuna gonna be all by their lonesome as the point, as the bot rolls in the territory of Hivemind for ShikiCaHmi, which is so good for them. Bloodfish also. I'm trying not to off this, but Baby already having a pulse bomb in the back end. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, that's going to come out quickly. Potentially just force the Suzu from Rakuna so the rest of the team can like utilize that advantage, or wait for that Suzu to come out and definitely get an elimination. Either way, they probably won't be ready for a pulse bomb to come out so early. This rematch though is going to give them a little bit more spam from afar, and then a little bit, you know, more like presence and output in that dive. In that brawl, but again, it's a bit of a Hail Mary choice. It's not quite in the meta, and Sigma can very easily just speed away from you and just chunk your health out.
Absolutely right. And look, we're looking for that post bomb now, just barely whiffing it on Keegan, but that's a lot of pressure on Keegan regardless. The Nemesis form is going to be running away as that health pool is starting to trickle right down. The bot goes right back to its neutral position, and the Kitsune Rush coming in from Rakuna is going to be setting a really big advantage state for Hivemind ideally. But in reality, Keegan going down so fast, we are seeing the overclock coupled with that sound barrier for some extra cushion for Rabob to do what Rabob does best, which is click some heads.
Yeah, Keegan getting a masterclass in how to play Ramatra. The Giga moment they stopped blocking Nemesis form to go for one punch, they just blew up. And the window wasn't even used from ShikiCaHmi. That's how bad it is. And now the window's ready. Of course, you won't be playing around that blade. There's no beat from Pleasure, so this blade is pretty free. You can beat for the blade as well to give them that extra ability, but Grayskill's going to look to just absolutely chop up the competition here.
We are going to be seeing a Kainu come through the shield. Does it get anyone? It gets not one, but two, because also we're going to be seeing... Oh, no, I'm sorry. I always do that with the lamp. It is not a player. It is a thing. We're going to be seeing the Dragon Blade come through as well from Grey Seal, which kind of seems a little like overkill. We did use both DPS ults here for Hivemind, and all we really have left is Annihilation and Sound Barrier, but still two really good ultimates to have in the back pocket.
Well, you know, stick some googly eyes on Lamp, and maybe we can counter as an elimination as well. But yeah, it's starting to work out for Hivemind. They're going to have this Annihilation as well to keep themselves in this fight as the pulse bomb comes out to try and chunk their health down.
Wow, that was a huge pulse on the Annihilating Keegan, and that just secures another kind of one team fight for the side of ShikiCaHmi once more. This Sigma from Blobfish has been making a statement over and over again. The fluxes have been impeccable. The sustain, the shielding, the cooldown usage. I am just in awe.
Yeah, and they've got Flux again, right? And they're definitely going to get this forward spawn, right? You see that the touches are... They're hinting that they do want to touch and stop this forward spawn, but they're going to be pushing right into a Flux. The beat's there, but still that beat's health is going to get chunked down by this Flux.
Oh, and speaking of, Baby going down almost immediately. And I mean, that's a little bit of sustain, a little bit of damage we're not going to have. And we start off the Flux with no sustain from our backline. I mean, we were just talking about how great those Fluxes have been, but a little missed opportunity on that last one, unfortunately.
Yeah, Fluxing on... I mean, ulting on any tank under half health is a risky move, but doing it on less than a third health, that's even riskier. Now, opportunity for Hivemind to take control because they didn't need to use that sound barrier. They can use it for either the OC from Mobob or just as an aggressive push to go forward, build this rush, and potentially get their forward spawn.
Oh, Suzu was burned really early here. Baby doesn't have the pulse bomb. We do have the overclock, and it gets immediately shut down again by Rakuna, who has been kind of keeping Wild Bob in their place this entire time on this Kiriko. It's been such a really good trick to see, not just once, but twice. Rakuna just kind of taking over the fight and DPSing the way Kiriko is meant to be played. We'll be seeing the Forest Bomb be activated here, and might also be finally in the lead for Hivemind.
Yeah, they're going to get the lead. Forward spawn, Hivemind in a great position. They've got the rush, they've got Annihilation and Pulse. ShikiCaHmi are in a tough spot right now, and Blobfish is kind of Panic Tone over to Ramacha. I say panic because we haven't seen Blobfish be on Ramacha yet. So this feels like a kind of last minute choice to match, and if it's not something that they're as comfortable on as Blobfish is, sorry, as Keegan is, then it's going to be a struggle for them.
Absolutely, and we see the pulse bomb also be used by Baby again, and wow, Bob going down very quickly to that vortex field that Ramacha did put down, that Keegan put down. Beret and Blobfish also falling victim to the dominance of Hivemind here. We have 3 ultimates ready again, and ShikiCaHmi looking, I don't want to say is in a bad way, but looking a little bit lost now.
Yeah, ShikiCaHmi have just the ult economy stumbled, and after that stumble, they've struggled to get back on. They do have both support ults where the Hivemind don't, so there's a chance here they can try and equalize.
Oh, we're gonna be actually burning through both of our remaining support ultimates as Crimson does pull out the overclock, but is forced to retreat so quickly. Blobfish putting a lot of pressure on them as well, Bob finishing it right off. We are going to be seeing Keegan have a reverse ultimate here as well with the Annihilation on Blobfish. And I mean, that suddenly the advantage state is gone. It's all just Blobfish by their lonesome, and Keegan finishes right out with the Nemesis form.
Yeah, good cooldown usage from Raccoona there to stay alive. Keegan able to take Blobfish out. It's going to have Annihilation, but now you don't have your support ults. Wi-Fi's got sound barrier. You do have the pulse from Baby, but that's asking a lot of Baby to do, you know, to try and win a fight with it, especially when they're not in the fight.
They're not in the fight. We have Wi-Fi going up the aggressive sound barrier. The bot is standing still because someone's contesting it, and Keegan is just rolling through with this Ramatra pick, which I'm kind of happy that it worked out really well, especially against Blobfish's excellent Sigma. And now that we're kind of panicking over to the Ramatra Ditto or the Mirror, I'm not sure. Baby gets a rare pulse on a Tracer, however, so that could spell victory in this match as Baby locks right back in and takes care of Crimson on the Soldier. Now we're up 2 people.
Incredible. Baby getting a pulse on a Tracer. That is so unlikely and so difficult to do. Baby getting those eliminations to save ShikiCaHmi, to give them that second chance, and they do have a little bit of better economy. They're kind of equaling Hivemind's economy. Also, the Kitsune Rush from Raccoona can come out faster, but Pleasure can very quickly build this beat. Wow, Bob has overclock, and I don't need to analyze that. That's just a statement that should terrify anyone who's going to have to face it.
Speaking of terrifying, wow, you saw that heavy click immediately by the ultimate Wow Bob, who gets not 1 but 2. And now this rush from Raccoona might not be put to too much use. You actually get rid of Wow Bob after the array got 2 kills on the team of Hivemind. But then Baby's in the back end, taking care of Raccoona, putting Keegan a little bit down here, and the bot is still running towards for ShikiCaHmi.
There's going to be a Tracer duel here to touch. It's going to force Baby off. Can't get the forward spawn. That would have been massive if they did. 90 seconds to play with, and ShikiCaHmi do have a very solid ult bank. So now ShikiCaHmi can do what Hivemind did to them and just utilize that to slowly roll them over. If you overcommit your ults here, then you're not going to get that forward spawn. You're not going to start to get towards that lead, which is going to take you to overtime. If you're going to be winning as ShikiCaHmi, you're going to be in overtime. You need to be prepared for it.
They had to lock in here. They had to use all these ultimates at some point, but not in contender with one another, you know? And with Hivemind only having really the overclock and the sound barrier coming through soon enough, it's not gonna look good. Keegan already going down, and Baby running up and making sure that Keegan goes down for the count immediately. Crimson unfortunately gets the hit on Wow Bob, but falls victim to Blobfish, who is starting to find their footing on this Ramatra pick finally as the timer ticks down to about the 30-second mark.
These supports are touching the point, they're contesting, but also it's a little bit of a stagger, because you're not going to have that. They're going to get this forward spawn, but Hivemind have the time and distance in their favor. It's 20 seconds, we're going to get into overtime. They don't need to force it quick, because they know sound barriers there, they know Annihilation's there. They can play nice and far back and play for Crimson and just look to just force them off with Crimson on this off angle, actually pulling the trigger.
pulling the trigger on Baby's life as well, but so is Gravy. Not Gravy, sorry, Gracio. So at the same time, we trade out our tracers, we trade out these sound barriers, and now Bluff is forced to hard block as this Annihilation comes through and should be the winning ultimate for this team fight, as the rest of the team has to back up out of the way for ShikiCaHmi to maintain his advantage. We have a continuing rush also being burned out by Rakuna here, and now this is going to be becoming a lot scarier for a side of ShikiCaHmi. Their Macho with Densest form and the continuing rush is not fun to play against. But listen, but they're so back. No one's dying. This is Rakuna and Gracio. But now Keegan's Annihilation is ready, and it is taking game. I need Blowfish to lock in, and they're locking in, trying to get his damage in, and they did it. Destroying Keegan in the mirror, but they're all by themselves lonesome. The overtime tick does go down, and we are seeing Hivemind get another point on the board. Going over to map 5, ladies and gentlemen. Wow.
Hivemind played it brilliant with their ult economy. The meta knowledge of this Ramatra comp really worked in their favor. Also, took ShikiCaHmi a long time to get back what they had lost. And then in that final fight, that Kitsune Rush comes out from Hivemind, and there's a moment there where you think, okay, maybe ShikiCaHmi can build up their own Kitsune Rush, but on 98% of the ultimate being generated goes down. My camera can't even handle it. I look like someone who's talking in a documentary, and you're not meant to know. You're not meant to know. I'm a victim of Hivemind's amazing Overwatch plays, and I'm in a documentary right now telling you I should have a bit of a deeper voice right now, so you can't tell who I am. Can the light bring me back? There we go.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, I'm back.
And basically, let there be light, and then there was. Oh, that was too much. That was so good. But you know, the whole fight was so much. There was so many ults being utilized. There was a lot of really good ult cyclage and just kind of sustaining until we get to certain ultimates that we absolutely need in that moment. And
Yeah.
listen, just so good. It was just really well played from Hivemind once again. 2-2, game 5. We're gonna be seeing the escort come through for our, I believe, for our game 5, which that could really go either way. We did see ShikiCaHmi kind of take it over on hybrid, which is somewhat similar, so we might be seeing that be the game breaker here. I think ShikiCaHmi, I'm gonna do a little prediction right now. I think ShikiCaHmi might take this 3-2.
Ooh, big prediction. You're gonna give the prediction that ShikiCaHmi can stop this building wave of the reverse sweep, but I've been in these positions and I know how hard it is to keep your mental in check when you're being reverse sweep and you're thinking, how's it 2-2? It was just 2. Oh, I think Hivemind are building up to something beautiful. Either way, it's a banger. To talk about how we last time we got together yesterday, it was a 3-0 that ended in like 40 minutes. Now it's a 5-map banger. We only know the extremes, the two of us. We play in the extremes. We don't play in the middle, and that's what Hivemind and ShikiCaHmi are doing. This is going to be an incredible final map, and man, Hivemind, they controlled the meta. They dictated like a puppeteer what ShikiCaHmi played at the end there, and ShikiCaHmi can't let that happen. ShikiCaHmi needs to play their own game and play into their own strengths.
You're absolutely right. I mean, at some point, you know, the Ramatra was coming to the fruition from Blobfish. We understood, okay, I remember
Yep.
when to use Nemesis Form, I remember when to use Shield, I remember when to use my Vortex, and use them in Conundrum with my other rest of the team. But I think just having seen, you had mentioned it earlier, how it was weird that we saw Blobfish go on the Ramatra, and we were so comfortable seeing them on either Malgo or that beautiful Sigma. But Keegan was comfortable from the Ramatra from the jump. Like, they were the first counter pick we saw was probably the Ramatra. So there's a little bit of that understanding of how to play the character as quickly as you need to after a swap like that. But I also, you know, the VPS lines have also been extremely solid, especially from Crimson from game 3 into game 4. They have just been on a tear recently on this hit scan, getting the picks they need, getting the Deadeyes. They also have been really consistent with those as well, and making space, and just landing really excellent overclocks at the same time, and winning out and kind of keeping Wow Bob in check, where Wow Bob hasn't really been able to pop off. They were able to in game 2.
Yeah, WoW Bob definitely struggled there on New Queen Street, but to be fair, like you said, up against lots of competition is Crimson and Grayseal bringing the gravy train, and it's going to be difficult for any DPS to play against that. We are going to be playing, and yeah, actually, looking at it, Route 66 is a perfect play here from ShikiCaHmi. You get to play on big Earls on your defense, have 2 angles for your spam, lots to play with here for a Sigma based team. This is a great choice from ShikiCaHmi. It's going to really force Hivemind to think how they're going to attack this map, because they know that in the Sigma duel, ShikiCaHmi are better. Are you going to risk taking that Sigma duel? Are we going to see Dive come out on this attack? There's lots of questions in the air, but ShikiCaHmi have taken themselves to a map that gives them the best chance at thwarting a potential reverse sweep. 2 teams undefeated, 2 teams at 2, and it is at 3. When one of the teams get that number 3, that's when they win, and their wins will go to 3, and the enemy's loss will go from 0 to 1. A lot to play for. Eagles on the line. Who's going to come out on top?
And I mean, right now, I can't say anyone for sure. I mean, I did say, oh, what are we doing over here? Pleasure, pleasure, are we good?
Whoa.
Pleasure, 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 your sends. Pleasure, your sends. Okay. Oh, we're going
Goldberg.
crazy. Oh, we're going crazy over there.
You know,
Oh,
you know,
no.
you know why Pleasure's going crazy? Because we just got another $100 donation.
No, we didn't. Oh my God, we did. Wait,
We
that's
did.
insane.
From Clone Gerbs, donating $100, bringing us to $875 for the PCRF. That is incredible. Shout
That's
out to
amazing.
Clone Gerbs.
Thank you so much. We're at $875 of $1,000 as we go into Game 5. What a better way to start this game off, especially as we have a double dive situation and the cart is not moving. We're Keegan diving right onto everyone on the gas station, and now we're also forcing Blobfish to back up and pure for the team. The cart can now move slowly, and unfortunately, Wow Bomb is moving right back over to those spawn doors. We're down one of our hit scans, and we're also going to be putting a lot of pressure on Blobfish on this Winston, who is getting peeled by that Kiriko and may actually be able to get out there scot-free mostly.
This is the first time in this series that we've seen both these teams both playing dive and playing into each other, and it's completely mirrored. And Hivemind got a very good initial dive there, giving them that position, allowing them to take out Wow Bob, but now there's plenty of time for ShikiCaHmi to bring back into this one and take back control.
We're seeing another team fight come through around the car as we go closer to that objective B or objective A, and Grayseal immediately going down very quickly into his first fight, and Wi-Fi following suit. I mean, that's not really what you want to see as we're trying to defend right before objective B gets captured. Oh,
Baby.
Schmovement. Ooh, I love Tracer being so pencil thin. It's great. We're gonna be seeing a complete reset here. Ults are active though.
Yeah, you've already got your Kitsune Rush, your beat for ShikiCaHmi on the defense. Hivemind are going to get to both of their support ults. Overclock's coming up. This is going to be a very messy, ult-heavy fight. But when that happens, I always like to say it's about what the supports do to give the resources to the rest of the team to survive and utilize the ultimates.
Speaking of survived, I mean, that Kitsune Rush is a really good start to increase the survivability of ShikiCaHmi. We're also going to be seeing the sound barrier coming from Pleasure and Wi-Fi at the same time, and the Primal going to be sending Crimson off the map into the abyss, and we might be seeing Wi-Fi follow suit. Keegan on the back end going to be sent right back to the spawn room, and ShikiCaHmi able to kind of maintain that, but 4 ultimates going to be used in that fight. Not really what you want to see too much, especially when they're coming up on that overclock and that Kitsune Rush.
Yeah, and Blobfish didn't get the beat also, and I think was a little bit nervous about it, so utilized the Primal. Did get someone off the map, but yeah, disadvantage now in the ult. If you're going to be utilizing this overclock, then Wow Bob's going to have to do some amount of lifting to win this next fight.
Oh, double Kitsune, I'm sorry, double overclock coming through, as well as Rakuna's Kitsune Rush, giving Crimson a little bit of an advantage for that overclock, which definitely is coming to fruition as we get not one, not two, but 3 picks here, allowing Hivemind to push this cart over to point B with minimal resistance coming in from ShikiCaHmi.
Yeah, that just goes to show you. I mean, you did pull the overclock from Bob, but too many ults to nullify the overclock, and then Crimson just going on an absolute spree with their own Hivemind bursting on the second point, and Keegan's health pool just disappeared.
Tank experience, I fear. Keegan, I'm so sorry your pool went from 500 to 0. And that's okay. Blobfish can be coming back to the team, and honestly, Hivemind is forced to reset. And thankfully, it wasn't too long. Took a really short amount of time to reset and didn't lose that much time from this. But at the same time, we only really have Pulse Bomb and Keegan coming up on that Primal. Baby also about to have Pulse Bomb as well. So I'm very excited to see how both players are going to fight plan for his next team fight.
Yeah, lots on the board here. Both Pulse Bombs also. What resources can they be getting out already? A TP from Nefara could be followed up on, but it's Baby who gets squashed by Keegan.
Big ol' monkey feet on Tracer, I fear. Gonna be sending all of them back to spawn. Blobfish, the only one with the rest of the supports coming in and doing a bunch of a little bit of that defense against Hivemind, but this cart is still strolling along through the streets, and they're set up on the high ground as well, on top of the high side. So at the same time, ShikiCaHmi has to be extremely careful and weary with how they approach the situation. Can we come through the bridge? And we're seeing Great Blobfish just go right in, but unfortunately leaving Wow Bob a little bit naked there for Keegan to be to go on the assault right now.
Yeah, great sustain there from Hivemind to keep themselves alive. Wi-Fi flirting with death does go down. This Kitsune Rush is winning the fight for ShikiCaHmi, although it's not clean. Still got Grayseal alive here with the Pulse.
Oh my goodness, big stick, but even bigger, a bigger 1t5 from Baby, taking care of Grayseal as well as Rakuna at the same time. This car has now been stopped with about a minute to spare. Not too many ultimates. We're also going to be seeing that overclock, that Kitsune Rush, and that sound barrier for Hivemind. And ShikiCaHmi has a little bit of something in the bank for themselves as well, but a little bit less effective than Hivemind's arsenal, which, oh my goodness, they're starting off real strong with this next fight.
Overclock coming out, Crimson looking for it. There's the beat, but it doesn't matter for Wow Bob, whose head gets taken off. Grayseal takes out Baby, and it looks like ShikiCaHmi have faltered here as Hivemind have won it out. And with 30 seconds to go, looks like they will secure this fight. Blobfish still alive though, they might want to retouch this one.
They may want to push the cart a little bit. There we go, Bestie. We can't let that sit any longer. Could be seeing a last-minute touch coming through from the high ground. We're seeing Baby, and we're also seeing Rakuna see that as a response and go in for it, that Kitsune Rush. And on that high ground, that means that they also get the benefit of that reduced cooldown and that increased movement speed that Kitsune Rush does give you. Taking care of Baby at the same time. Now this objective, we did stall it out to the last 7 seconds. We only have a minute 34 to push us all the way to point C.
Yeah, ShikiCaHmi were probably aware that they were unlikely to win that fight, but what they really wanted was to get that Kitsune Rush out, which we're going to have to use. You have to use it, it's overtime, and was able to get good output with it. Now though, long sight lines here. Those Sojourners are going to be getting a lot done. It's a lot harder to dive as well, because you need to get in a position where you're not diving super far across the map and taking so much damage on your entry.
Nice Suzu coming in from Mithraya to save Blobfish there, but will it be for naught? I mean, getting dived on, Keegan has to be forced out that rampage, that Primal, and now Blobfish and Baby fall victim to such an attack, especially coupled with Grayseal just following through on the back end. We're also going to be going on the assault on Crimson, who is still somehow alive. Wow Bob falling victim as unfortunately here, and Pleasure also just kind of falling down. We're gonna be seeing Hivemind push this cart very casually with about 30 seconds left to spare. We have one more team fight here for ShikiCaHmi.
Kitsune Rush ready from Mifra, and that's going to be the big chance to win it. But that bubble's perfectly placed as Blobfish doesn't have that defense. Is going to have it now. Aggressively diving. Looks like ShikiCaHmi have held in here for the time being. 14 seconds. Hivemind need to come back in and quickly build either Overclock or Kitsune Rush.
We definitely have to, absolutely. Susos get burnt almost immediately. We do have Primal for Blobfish, which does get used right here, right now. And he's securing a kill on Crimson in the backside. And wow, Bob silently again in these overtime situations just turns the crank and locks right back into playing that Sojourn so well. And unfortunately, booping Wi-Fi away from the objective could not secure a last-minute tick. And that is almost a really good hold for ShikiCaHmi. Just has to push the point 3. That's all they gotta do. Point 3.
Oh, well. Now there's a win condition on the board, huh? Now suddenly, it's not about finishing the map, getting to extra rounds, it's about completing the map with a little bit less, but you just have to complete the map now, and that's it. But I always talk about this, right? Yes, there's a win condition now for ShikiCaHmi. They just need to finish the map. Hivemind feel the corner. And it's when players feel the corner at their back that maybe we see the best play come out from them. And Hivemind, they don't want to take chances. They're going to want to play on their best composition. And it has, throughout this series, been this Mauga composition with the Cassidy. However, playing a Cassidy at this range is going to be tough compared to the long sightlines. And yeah, they're going to be forward holding. They're going to be holding at the spawn to chunk away that time bank as much as they can. ShikiCaHmi, of course, are going to have to be very careful about how they just push right into this one. They might even go back into their spawn and initially change to flush out this close hold. But this is another inspired play by Hivemind, and the previous inspired plays have worked out for them.
Oh, looks like they're actually not going to be able to... They still go for that really close hold, but with someone like Dive, you jump right over Keegan on this Mauga, and it kind of works out. But at the same time, Baby falling a little bit behind. Wi-Fi able to get an imperative pick here. And again, Hivemind is just kind of making sure they're all together and kind of putting a lot of pressure on Blobfish, where Blobfish can't find anyone to really dive. Who are we gonna dive? Maybe the Cassidy? Maybe Wild Bob pops off, gets rid of Grace at the same time, and Baby gets we get a pause. Baby does get the run back on Wi-Fi the very last second, and we also, oh, they trolled me.
Never mind. Wi-Fi, why are you trolling us? Why are you trolling everything that's happening?
They lied for 2 seconds.
A 2-second lag calling R. I respect it, you know. I respect
I would also
it.
get scared. My ping goes to 200. I'm like, wait. I'm dead. Don't know what's going on. Everyone's flying. Help me.
Yeah, but the forward spawn has been forced, and it's down to Bob and Baby having the space to just take them out. Now we're going to see if Hivemind are going to swap their composition, because now it's going to be a lot harder to play this. Yep, yes they are. Going to play the Sigma. However, playing the Sigma into dive can be very difficult. You need to be playing for that rotate. If the dive comes in, you need to have that amp ready, be able to rotate away and not give them the dive that they're looking for onto that backline to force those Suzus, to force the slide from Sojourn. It could be a lot easier for ShikiCaHmi here.
You're absolutely right. I mean, the poke into dive, like you said, a little bit scary, but I feel like with the way that Keegan plays Sigma, should be able to work out relatively well. You've been seeing the rest of the fight happen across that billboard there on the other side of the canyon, and now we're seeing a big boom coming in from Pleasure on the side of ShikiCaHmi in order to try to get everyone off this gas station. Big pressure on Kiriko. Rakuna couldn't TP out of there in time. Suzu couldn't do anything. But neither can Blobfish. Could not jump out from the midst of the fight. And forces everyone ShikiCaHmi to kind of take a little bit slowly. Has to regroup for the Winston to come back. Or just kind of poke out against Keegan. And force out this Bob. Oh, Bob is going to be going over for that overclock already. And that was an evil pulse bomb. Pleasure was knocked down. And you couldn't do anything about being stuck.
They say not to hit them when they're down, but they don't mean in Overwatch. Do that in Overwatch. It's how you get wins like that. And yes, Hivemind able to initially win out this fight. They are going to have their own Flux, their own Kitsune, their own Overclock, but everything but the Kitchen Sick, in brackets, Overclock, is ready from ShikiCaHmi. That sound barrier can nullify the Kitsune Rush from Hivemind. ShikiCaHmi should win this fight.
You're absolutely right. Especially with the Consumer Rush on this gas station. A double Consumer Rush even into the corridors of the canyon. We're also going to be seeing the Primal come through from Blobfish, who is putting a lot of pressure on this backline for Hivemind. Raccoona basically won here, and here's his big old Flux. We're going to be seeing a response, a beautiful Sound Barrier from Pleasure, just to make sure we negate a lot of that damage from that Flux. Keegan kind of caught out on against his payload with minimal support, and all the pressure putting onto them, and they're still living for a little bit longer up until the last hit from Wow Bob. Now it's up to a really big Book, and hopefully pushing this car over to point A as everyone else on the side of Hivemind kind of trickles down back to the spawn room.
The why holding beat for Rush is really good is because you nullify the team-wide advantage it gives them. But holding it for Flux is even better, and that's what Pleasure did. And it meant that that Flux couldn't have that burst damage, and there wasn't the follow-up, and ShikiCaHmi were able to push forward. They have a comfortable time bank of 3 minutes going into this one. They are going to have their overclock, but already ready with theirs is Crimson, and that is a terrifying prospect. It may as well be a server admin in the game.
Ooh, for me forcing that overclock from Crimson, who's already won, but won or not does not matter. Crimson able to kind of catch Wow Bob trying to retreat through the back and on top of the building, and now suddenly the tables have really turned. This is really good space for Hivemind because of all the high ground that point 2 does provide, and even extending into point 3 whenever we get that situation.
2 minutes now. Time becomes ever so important because you do need to finish this map. It's only rush ready from both sides, a little bit sooner from Raccoona. It's Wow Bob though with this overclock. Wi-Fi is probably going to beat for it, but Wow Bob's done magic before. Can they do it again for ShikiCaHmi?
I feel like they definitely can. This is Raccoona coming through without Kusunin Rush coming again, and Myth-Raya definitely not going to get anything for their Kusunin Rush either, being so out of the fight. They getting caught on the rock for a second there, forcing themselves to retreat, and the rest of the team is trying to get over to this Tracer, and it's not going to work whatsoever. Unfortunately, Blobfish did go down really fast into that first fight, and Hivemind, again, able to reset on this high ground.
They're going to be going through a cave this time, or ShikiCaHmi. Meanwhile, Wow Bob is on his angles alone a lot of the time, and that's how they're getting caught out. You can't have that. They want to stop this Kitsune Rush from getting its value. Nice early dive.
Big Sound Barrier coming through. Also a bigger Pokemon on Crimson, still going to be taking the cake and taking that character away from the side of Hivemind. ShikiCaHmi gonna be finding themselves losing Wow Bob so fast, but the trade getting rid of Raccoona at the same time. Keegan just putting on a tear on everybody else, and finally Blobfish gonna be peeling for the entire team here as the cart slowly moves over to point C. Gonna be a little bit of contesting, a little bit of annoyance from Grayscale on Grayscale on this Tracer, but can we get him? We absolutely do. We get him next time. There we go.
Under a minute now, things are a little bit hairy for ShikiCaHmi. They are going to have this Kitsune Rush to secure this fight, just like Hivemind did in their own push. And there's nothing to nullify it on Hivemind. Unless Crimson can get a spectacular overclock here, then it looks like we are going to see point 3.
Let me see a continued rush from Myth-Raya as it starts this first team fight, and man, a great start indeed. Crimson being the first one down, and we're also going to be seeing Blobfish go down as well.
Oh.
Not what you really want here.
Oh.
Raccoona popping off once more, getting rid of Wow Bob at the same time, and Baby is just falling victim to the fast power of Hivemind. We have 15 seconds to go. And are they going to touch? I really don't think so. Pleasure's the fastest one on that team. We're going to see Baby and Wow Bob going over to the Sombra. Maybe they can touch.
Yeah, the Sombra's likely to touch here. Are they there? Yeah, in fact, it is going to be Blobfish. The Primal is there, but the overclock so far away from Crimson, you can't deal with it if you need to touch point.
Oh my goodness, they're barely able to make it there in time. Wi-Fi can be securing it with that Sound Barrier. Pleasure, the first one down. Big hack odds coming from Wow Bob onto Crimson. Couldn't get in with that overclock, and we're also starting to get some picks here. The Sombra is working out. That was a great hack that allowed them to open up ShikiCaHmi, as we see the rest of them just up to Rakuna to get maybe something here, maybe a contest, and we do see something happen. Is now just the Winston and the Kiriko together once again, and we're gonna be seeing a lack of contesting from Rakuna, especially as we're able to pop that Kitsune Rush at the same time. Hivemind has this in the bag, and they take it. Reverse 3-0 over ShikiCaHmi on Route 6. Beautiful showing from this team all around. And Rakuna, shout out to Rakuna for not dying that entire interaction and keeping the team up.
I wish I was tracking my blood pressure for that final fight. I went all over the place. Suddenly looked like ShikiCaHmi were somehow winning it in their last touches, but then Hivemind, they hold it together. And that last fight kind of was like a microcosm of the entire series, as Hivemind were able to take that disadvantage, turn it into an advantage for themselves, and win the fight out, therefore securing their reverse sweep victory over ShikiCaHmi, and they have kept themselves undefeated in the Swiss bracket, with ShikiCaHmi getting their first loss. But you play this match 10 times, one team wins 5 times, the other team wins 5 times. They were very equal here throughout. Just in the moment, Hivemind, they found that energy within themselves to be able to get this reverse sweep. An incredible play from them.
Absolutely. And again, my prediction was wrong, but it's okay for me to be wrong. I can take my wrongs whenever I can. So a beautiful showing from Hivemind. They were a little bit slow in the beginning, not really synergized, not getting the right picks, and then it was really beautiful to watch them slowly but surely bring it together as a team, be more consistent, get those kills, get the sustainability to stay alive during very stressful team fights, especially when there was double Malga going on, double cage fight, there was a Dragon Blade going on, there's an overclock in the background, there's a lot going on, and they made it work beautifully. Congratulations to Hivemind for going 3-2, remaining undefeated as you had mentioned earlier, and ShikiCaHmi can still bring it right back. If this is your first loss this whole weekend so far, that's still a W in my book, and they're going to be continuing to see them as we continue the bracket tomorrow. And again, last minute reminder, please donate. We got a $100 donation from Clone Gerbs, and we also before that got 2 $3 donations coming in from Mothvia. Hi Moth, that's my main support, and Thrin. So thank you so much guys for that donation. We're at 875 Geo, that's crazy.
I know, this is so good. This is over 2 days as well. This is just 2 days of people donating, because we're in a world where everything's open and everyone can see the heartache that's happening across the world, and people know how much help that people in Palestine need, particularly the children. And PCRF are such a good charity in giving them that aid and giving them that support and being a boots on the ground charity. And the fact that we've raised this much already is amazing. I almost said a million. It's a million times the selflessness that we need. But yes, $1,000 is right around the corner, and of course we've got the rest of tonight. We have tomorrow as well for the bracket, so there's plenty of time for us to even reach this lofty goal of $1,000. And if this community can come together and do that for PCRF, it's just another showcase that the Overwatch community isn't as degen as people like to say. Maybe it is, but they're selfless, okay? And we're seeing that here with this Watch Over Palestine tournament, so it's amazing to see.
You're absolutely right. And speaking of, there's more to catch tomorrow, and I believe our A stream is over. They look like they are wrapped up for the day, so we're going to be wrapping up over here on the B side of things. Don't go anywhere. We're going to be finishing out the bracket tomorrow on Bad Pachimari and, of course, VPO too, so don't go anywhere. We will be here tomorrow. Please donate in the meantime, and we'll see you guys for the rest of the bracket.
Welcome back,
Hello!
everybody, to welcome back, everybody, to the Watch Over Palestine Weekend Tournament. My name is Bowsy, now joined here by Gio, as it's time to round out the Swiss stage here with round number 4 here, Gio. And these two teams are probably the best of the best right now, Hivemind and Zuskies.
Yeah, I'm really trying to focus on this match, but I gotta have to point out we got another $100 donation just there. Another $100 from Pika B. That is incredible. Pika B said, "It's a good cause, smiley face." You're damn right it's a good cause, and thank you so much for that incredible amount of generosity. We're so close to $1,000. Look at that, it's $16. $16, that's like a day out. You want to have a day out? Spend that now. We can get the $1,000 right now.
$16. That's 3 entries for getting a coaching raffle review
Yeah.
from Natter or Spilo, or 5 stickers. I'm not one to judge. If you want to get 5 stickers, you can. And it turns out someone actually wanted 5 stickers because we have now hit our goal of $1,000 raised for Palestine Children's Relief Fund.
Let's go. An incredible amount of generosity across the board in this community. And it was Fifi who got us over with a $28 donation. An incredible amount of generosity in this community as we hit our goal to give towards the PCRF and their efforts in helping Palestinian children, and specifically children in Gaza right now who really need it. Amazing stuff. We've done this together. It's a team effort, but let's keep going.
Yeah, let's keep going. We still got one Swiss round left, and then the playoffs tomorrow. So let's start the former of those two with this matchup here. Excuse me. Where all the action is going to be taking place on Busan to start us off.
Busan again. I've just casted Hivemind. I joked that I'm the new Hivemind groupie. I guess I follow them about in their matches. Hivemind just came out of a match where they were 2-0 down, and then they reverse sweeped all the way back. So are they going to have the, I'm in any, gas in the tank, I'll not say petrol, to take on Zuskies, to be able to keep that up after just needing to reverse sweep? If they can, they'll keep their undefeated streak alive. In fact, it looks like Zuskies also are undefeated, or the last match that they had haven't been updated?
I believe they are also undefeated here entering into this matchup. So you have 2 undefeated teams here battling out for it. One of their matches was a bye, so technically they still are undefeated, just 2-0 instead of 3-0 compared to Hivemind. So we'll see if Zuskies is going to be able to keep that undefeated streak alive here, Gio. But definitely going to be an interesting situation. Hivemind, of course, just came off of that grueling 2-hour series, so who knows? Might feel a little bit exhausted. It has been 2 hours already of Overwatch, and you're going into yet another match that has the potential to go to another map 5, so who knows? We'll have to see if Hivemind is still riding a momentum or if they're starting to get a little eepy.
Well, you can't let the eepiness take in, especially when you're at the tippy top, when you're undefeated. You gotta shake it off. You gotta do some stretches, do some jumping jacks, activate the neurons, and keep going. And Hivemind are down as lots of flexes right now, but the roster that they've been running is Keegan on tank, Racuna on DPS. Actually, no, it's been Racuna on support, sorry, not on DPS. And then you've had Crimson and Greyseal on the DPS, and they have been doing incredible. Crimson has been playing out of her goddamn mind. Got a triple high noon and a Mauga cage at one point. The enemy's Mauga cage, mind you, not their own. So they've been doing incredible. The entire team of Hivemind are on a roll, but now Zuskies look to interrupt their fun and give them their first loss so they can continue their own undefeated streak.
Absolutely, as we load in here to Busan Mecha Base to begin this final first to 3 series in the Swiss stage here. And we're already seeing some similar looks from both sides here, Gio, especially in the compositions. Some differences, but the general theme is the same.
Yeah, and as you were saying, Azuki's actually swapped over to the Sigma to counteract it. Hivemind, they've just been playing into a team that prefers the Sigma, so they're quite warmed up on facing into it. But actually having the Echo, that's a lot of spam coming out from that DPS. And then you round the corner with a Cassidy. This is a lot of spam damage is going to come out. The Hivemind need to be very well aware of and be very careful of their positioning.
Hivemind, especially with running this Sigma Brawl composition, they just have to go in and hit that trigger as fast as possible. And already they're succeeding. They pounce right on top of Buzz Lightyear and send that astronaut back to the store. As Zuskies now down one of their main DPS players and are forced to concede all of this ground to the side of Hivemind.
And they're looking to play around the right side now, give themselves a little bit more leeway, but again, you're going to get pounced on, like you said. You're going to get squashed, but Keegan's health is the one that's disappearing before our eyes.
Yeah, had to use the cardiac overdrive, but was unable to get any value with it because the kinetic grasp was there from the Sigma of Zungi. Not a Vapor finds 2 as well with the sticky bombs to get rid of all the picks here for the side of Hivemind as they try to stall out the objective for a little bit here. 3rd pick so far for Not a Vapor in this fight. Buzz Lightyear will get rid of the ace with those final 2 kills to take the point.
Yeah, very quick recontest means the Hivemind only got 21% in the point. Now Hivemind are actually going to flex on to the Ramatra. It's something that we've seen them do in their last match before. Keegan is very good at getting into that position where they're getting that team their space with this kind of brawl up close style.
Yeah, definitely, and you're able to get that early pick on a non-Vapor as well, meaning the Zuskies are down their main DPS threat. Pulse Bomb from Grey Seal does go a little wide, and the Amplification Matrix is burnt from the Revenant, so now Zuskies down that crucial ultimate. Hivemind trying to make their advance with that Nemesis form Ramatra, but Wi-Fi is already picked out early here by the Sigma, forcing the beat out from Karmlab to keep the rest of Zuskies sustained, and it looks like Hivemind are trying to get out of it, but they're going to have to do it the hard way as they're all getting pounced on by the members of Zuskies.
Yeah, very smart rotations from Zuskies there. When they noticed that the window had been nullified by the rotation of Hivemind, they kept their distance. They really had Hivemind come to them, force out those cooldowns. Now though, Hivemind do have both of their super ultimates where Zuskies don't. So this Flux is going to get nullified, but you really need to have great follow-up or just take this as a loss.
Hivemind initiating with that Kitsune Rush, and already Zungi unable to use their own Gravitic Flux as they were killed out by Crimson early, who also gets that Deadeye kill. Make it 3 for Crimson, 4 for Crimson. The ace is taken away by Keegan, but nonetheless, Hivemind take the point.
So damn good, and yeah, Zuskies understood that both super ults were there. They didn't want to invest anything of their own. Of course, the High Noon came out from Crimson again. Now you can come in with this Flux, and it's only the beat that you have to concern yourself with. You can even come out with this High Noon to try and get it out. A great rotation!
Beautiful bait rotation to go into the middle, then come back the other side and caught Crimson off guard. Karmlab finding 2, and the Gravitic Flux from Zungi lifting Keegan and Wi-Fi up in the air and slamming him down into a crater to give Zuskies the point.
Yeah, Zuskies are so clean with their rotations. Their shot calling's on point so far. Now it's going to be last fight for Hivemind. If they don't win this one, it will be going to Zuskies. They've got the beat still to keep themselves alive, but this High Noon from Buzz Lightyear, if well placed, if far back, could be absolutely disastrous.
Steel currently trying to cap the objective away. Zuski's stuck on this high ledge as the plane is going to flip over. Annihilation used here from Keegan as they're forced to block as the Amplification Matrix is in their sights. Buzz Lightyear is removed, so is the Revenant, but at the cost of Hivemind's tank, and now Zuskies have that opportunity to just push the W key right into the side of Hivemind, getting rid of Crimson and Raccoona here. Now the point flips back over, 95%. Hivemind have to try and retouch. It's going to be up to Grey Seal or Wi-Fi to do it. Grey Seal's there to initiate the overtime wick. The Pulse Bomb goes wide, however, and Wi-Fi is all in the picture. Now the Blizzard from Not Vapor, keeping everyone off the objective for now, and Buzz Lightyear has the Deadeye as well, flipping around to get rid of Grey Seal as they blink across their screen. Keegan has to be the one to touch the point next on this Doomfist as they're trying to keep themselves alive, but it's not going to be for long as there's just so much pressure coming out here from the side of Zuskies, and they're, by the way, hindered by that magnetic grenade from Buzz Lightyear as the overtime wick is going to burn down, and Zuskies are taking Mecha Base.
I thought Woody was meant to be the cowboy. I mean, Buzz Lightyear is doing amazing so far, and Zuskies are showing a lot of good meta knowledge of being able to have that macro understanding that they can back up, they can get back into a fight. Like initially when they had that window up and they lost Buzz Lightyear, which meant they didn't have that High Noon anymore, they were able to kind of turn that fight into their favor and just kind of tweak that nozzle, and Zuskies are looking very clean with it. I'd say right now they're probably looking just a little bit more energetic than Hivemind, which you'd expect. Hivemind are now back to back in this matchup, and they went the distance previously. Now looking to go for a Wrecking Ball setup. We did see this initially in the last match. It didn't work out for them because of a Cassidy and that nade, giving Keegan a lot of issue. Keegan again cannot go in deep here, especially because the wall is also there.
It's going to be a difficult world for the Wrecking Ball to try and break through this comp that Zuskies are running here. You have Grayseal looking in the back line. Keegan's going to roll through, just go for a little bit of bowling maneuver. Does not hit any pins, however, to try and set up an initiation. But Hivemind are currently just keeping this point under wraps. Zuskies have to try and break through this sort of choke that Hivemind are trying to establish here. Crimson looking for a crucial shot, misses it, however, and ends up getting burned down and killed out because of that miss. Wi-Fi is able to get rid of their adversary in Karmlav, and Revenant's also removed, so there's no supports left for the side of Zuskies. But Hivemind still need to try to cap this point. Raccoon getting rid of Buzz Lightyear is a good start, and now they're able to use that cleansing to keep the rest of their team alive. They'll sacrifice their life for it, but it's Hivemind that are going to get the point cap first.
That's what's important at the end of the day. It was a little bit chaotic, but that goes into the favor of Hivemind's composition, which has more mobility. Zuskies, though, looking to also get some mobility in their way with a double flex support setup here. It is a little bit risky because it means Keegan has a little bit more free will in being able to annoy that backline and force out a Suzu or a sleep or a nade. So they have to be very careful on where Keegan's going to be going.
Definitely is potential. We also have the monkey on the board here. We'll see if Zungi is able to make some value, but the rest of their team is dying behind them as they jump over to the point. The dive is perfect from Hivemind, and they eliminate 3 picks in 3 seconds.
That's gonna happen. Immediately, there's a Lucio. Yeah, there's a reason why the main sport flex sport's a thing. It's just meta patterns. Now you have that boob to try and keep Revenant alive, and Revenant on the carry as well, even more survivable. But the mines are ready, the Kitsune Rush is ready. There's so much zone control here from Hivemind that for Zuskies to get into a control here, they'll either need a magic play or they're going to be playing for overtime.
Zuskies need to try to make this work. He's going to be coming right into the side, immediately retreats as they are almost hacked out by Not Vapor. Grayseal looking on the sideline, has the Pulse Bomb in hand, going to be doing a Tracer 1v1 versus Buzz Lightyear. The Buzz Lightyear is just warping through space-time and all of their continuums, just keeping themselves in the out of range here. But now they're starting to get a little bit clumsy. Grayseal almost gets them picked out, but Not Vapor, meanwhile, gets rid of Wi-Fi. Grayseal's Pulse Bomb is a win, but now the Kitsune Rush is used here from Raccoon to get rid of Revenant, and Not Vapor falls as well. Once again, Zuskies are forced to try and retreat out of this. It's going to be the hard way for Buzz Lightyear, though, as they're headshot killed by Grayseal.
Man, Hivemind were dancing on that void for real there because they held their ult so late that I was panicked that they'd just not win the fight and lose with all those ultimates, but they knew their strength, they knew their abilities, and keeping that fight long meant that when they used the ultimates, the fight was won and the point was won, equalizing here on Busan. And as we go on to downtown, previously we saw them play the Mauga here. Now I'm curious to see if they actually stick towards the dive, and yes, they are going to initially go on the dive. The Winston dive this time with a Kiriko against Zuskies, who are playing a kind of classic backline of that Brig Anna. Has come back into fashion a little bit, but it is still more stationary than the Kerry Lucio, so it can get under fire a lot easier than Hivemind. Uh-oh. That was
Okay.
an emote spawn.
That was an emote spawn, so Revenant's going to be a little bit behind. Probably will be able to catch up by the time the team fight starts, but it's interesting to see if this Ana is going to work in the favor of Zuskies. Keegan is diving in, Zungi going for the backline, forces out the cleansing Suzu out of Raccoona, but it's still the rest of the team just going out scrapping. Vapor and Karmlav already removed, and it's a back and forth affair, but Zuskies once again lose both of their supports, and it's only Wi-Fi keeping everybody alive in this entire fight, and they're barely able to stay alive to keep the rest of Hivemind sustained.
Very back and forth, but again, once you're in that phase, you know, you lose an Ana, and then your Brig's kind of stationary alone can get easily taken out. But you lose your Kiriko, and the Lucio's such high movement that they can stay alive, and you see Wi-Fi very comfortable in doing so, and that's going to be the issue that Zuskies are going to be facing.
See if Zuskies are going to be able to make this move that they need to. Saber goes in for that dive as automatically Keegan just targets the backline of Karmlav and Revenant. But it's Zuskies coming back to try and support them. Pulse Bomb, however, from Gracio finally lands a stick and gets it onto Karmlav, removing the Brigitte, and not Vapor falling as well. Zungi just trying to go for the late stagger pick onto Raccoona, and is going to be able to exit out with that late pick in tow.
Yeah, it is a good late pick, and it means you can probably enter with maybe a Nano Monkey here. Looks to be the play. Try and get someone out before that Kiriko gets back.
Kiriko running back, but meanwhile Crimson dove on by Zungi and eliminated as well. Wi-Fi not long for this world either. That Nano Monkey working to perfection. There is a Primal Raging Keegan in the backline of the Zuskies team, but they are able to deal with them swiftly and effectively to take the point.
Good play by Zuskies, good recognition that they could get into that fight nice and quickly. They've got the rally as well to survive in that backline, as well as this copy to be nice and aggressive, probably go on to maybe even a Sojourn or a Tracer to have a lot more output. Meanwhile, he just dies.
Yeah, Zunki a little bit too over-aggressive, not enough healing to keep him alive, and didn't use that Primal Rage form. Non-Vapor is going to temporarily take over the reins of the main tank's duty here as Wi-Fi unleashes the beats and keep the rest of their team alive. So far, Non-Vapor not able to get anything as Zungi is running back to the point with all of their might. And Non-Vapor also unable to get that Primal Rage online to keep the point contested. But Zungi's back. They get rid of Crimson after they pop the overclock and get rid of Wi-Fi as well. The point may flip over back to Hivemind, but they are not having enough bodies to keep it sustained in this fight.
No, they're going to go down one by one. Zuski's going to get it back. Now, you are looking at another Nano coming up. You can have more freedom to put onto your Echo this time if that's something you're more comfortable with. Vapor's been doing pretty well on the Echo. Now has Crimson to boot, who has mostly been playing the hit scan characters now on the Echo. So I'm curious to see how that's going to work out, if that's something that they actually have in their arsenal.
Definitely see if that's going to be the factor here. Consider rush initiated from Raccoona here as Hivemind makes their advance. Pulse bomb from Gracio into the backline, just forcing the supports to cower in fear. And Crimson is the one that cleaned them up with the focusing beam. But Zuskies are still coming back with a vengeance. They've found 3 picks. It's only Gracio and Keegan on the objective. Keegan has that Primal Rage, able to pop in and get rid of Buzz Lightyear. And now both of the monkeys are dueling it out with a sumo match on top of the objective. It's still, however, Zuskies counting up the percentage as the time burns down. Zungi forced to try and retreat for the rest of their team and gonna have to give up the point to Hivemind, but they've already counted the last fight.
Now Keegan played goalkeeper for the Grey Seal Tracer that was on like 10 HP. A brilliant utilization of that boot back. Now for what will be the final fight, you've got Rally on one side as well as the Pulse Bomb. On the other side, you're going to quickly build up your own Pulse Bomb and potentially that duplicate, but it's a lot more difficult.
Rally initiated from Karmlav early. Zuski's trying to find that opening to try and get themselves this point back in their favor. Pulse bomb from Buzz Lightyear goes wide, and they end up dying for their efforts to Wi-Fi, who sacrifices their life at the hands of Zuski. Non-Vapor chasing down Keegan as they try to retreat from the fight, burned down by the focusing beam, as now Hivemind are able to get the point up to 99%, but they still need to try and take this point for their own as Zuskies are cleaning up the remains. Raccoona jumps onto the point for desperation, but they'll die at the hands of Revenant.
10% to go. Keegan maybe touches here. They could get whip shot though mid-air. This is going to be very difficult. Then you've got the duplicate to deal with. Wi-Fi's already down.
No supports here for the side of Hivemind as Keegan is immediately brought out of the fight, and the echo is booped off by that whip shot as well as Zuski's able to clean up the point and take Busan in a pretty convincing fashion here, Gio. It was close, but Zuski's came out on top.
It was close, but a lot of the time Zuskies seem to be a little bit, quicker to adapting. This was their brilliant bait on Mecha Base, where they swerved to the right, came back to the left, and then suddenly that Cassidy is completely open to get taken out. Great stuff so far. What a beautiful spread. The red default logo and the green default logo, but it is the red default logo that is winning it out there. And yeah, I really like that. I think Zuskies, they misplayed on Sanctum. Maybe just wasn't their kind of map. Maybe now we're going to see the idea that those more open maps are going to be Hivemind centric, where Zuskies are better, where you have kind of those mid-range points where like you can have an echo play on corner. It's not too open for an echo to get play. If Hivemind are quick to recognize that, then they can start picking maps that suits their fashion and plays into the weaknesses of Zuskies.
Yeah, definitely. It definitely felt like the wrecking ball play from Hivemind is what seemed to propel them so well, especially on Sanctum. So they definitely seem to be well-coordinated dive. Not to mention Busan Downtown, where they played that dive, was very close. If it weren't for one team fight, then you definitely have Hivemind being able to come out on top. So when it comes to the long game, Hivemind might be in the advantage in the dive, but Zuskies might be in advantage in the brawl. So it's going to be interesting to see what the map picks are going to be for Hivemind to try and put them in the position to keep playing that dive, especially now that they have hybrid choice.
Yeah, options are Midtown, Buzzworld, Eichenwald, and I'm thinking if we're going off of that narrative, then definitely Blizzard World seems like the call, because you can play the Winston, but also Echo's still very viable there, and we've seen why they played the Echo. Also, Buzz Lightyear looks insane on the Tracer right now, extremely warm on the character, and extremely deadly. It's going to be a winning factor for Zuskies if that keeps up. But yeah, in terms of the map pick, I'm thinking maybe Midtown would be a good choice. Eichenwald also. I did just see Hivemind play on B-Stream on Midtown, and despite having the more time in the extra rounds, they did lose it out to some heroic plays from their opponents. So maybe they're a little bit burnt on Midtown, so maybe they wouldn't want to go there.
Yeah, definitely. You might not want to go to a map that you don't feel comfortable on, especially after a close loss. So we'll see if they decide to go back to the streets of New York to try and get themselves back in a position to win this, to try and win the series. And it turns out, I mean, hey, it was almost not broke. You almost won that map last time. So let's run it back. Let's show that we can actually win on Midtown.
Yeah, they've got a point to prove. That's what it is, Bowsy. They've got a point to prove on Midtown that they knew that they won it. It just so happened that Wow Bob popped the hell off and stopped them from winning that map. So now they want to secure it and prove their Midtown legacy, and that was perhaps just a heroic fluke from their previous opponents. We did see that they preferred to play the Sigma here, though, rather than the Mauga. Was that a choice to play into the previous opponents, though? Or is that just the kind of style they're going to come out with? We saw them with the double flex support backline of the BAP and the Zen. That Discord orb very deadly. Also, you can put the orb onto your own Tracer, give them that advantage in that flank. If that's the style they're going to go for again, then maybe we see Buzz Lightyear have a harder time on the Tracer if they come out on it.
Yeah, definitely. We'll see if that poke composition is going to work here for the side of Hivemind. Sigma could be a very interesting comp, especially if your enemy team is running Mauga. Sigma is probably one of the biggest counters to Mauga, unless your name is Junbin. But regardless of which, Sigma can prevent the Mauga from being able to take space. They can just keep poking out that Mauga, force out the cardiac overdrive, and just constantly pepper that Mauga to make it so that they cannot get the value they want. So it'll be interesting to see here if we see Hivemind go over to that Sigma composition. But we also see as Zuskies are coming out on the defense here, Gio, they also want to try this Sigma composition for their own.
Yes, they do, and they're very comfortable on having this Echo also. It's a stranger choice to have of a Sigma comp where you would potentially have another hit scan or go for a Tracer, but having that Echo means you've got a lot of spam, and also those sticky nades, that's a lot of burst damage if you can land them as Hivemind pushes in. Both going for this BAP Lucio backline. You've got nice rotations with it. Grayseal, though, is going to be a little bit uncontested if they go for those off angles. If Vapor goes there, maybe Karmlav gives them that help, then they could struggle. But Grayseal doesn't have an opposing Tracer to deal with. They're a little bit more free in what they want to do.
So let's see if that Tracer is going to make the difference here. We saw Grayseal do really well on the Tracer on Busan. So as they go over into the engine house in the fire station, they are going to be met with Karmlav trying to contest them on the Lucio, and that might be a mistake that Karmlav is going to regret as they are burnt down by Grayseal, and that opens the door wide open for Hivemind to just push the aggression. Buzz Lightyear once again removed, and it's Hivemind taking that point.
Yeah, a little bit too confident from Karmlav to deal with that Tracer. That's Grayseal on Tracer. You don't just duel it. There is going to be a quick retouch here, though, but already the attacking team are set up in great positions.
Yeah, definitely. 2 ticks already taken. Not Vapor also removed. Revenant quick to follow by the Accretion. And it's all looking Hivemind in the kill feed. Grayseal popping up with 2 kills to finish it off for Hivemind.
Yeah, Hivemind, they're here with a vengeance. There's a little saltiness in the taste of their mouth as they look at Midtown, and they're here to win it. Zuskies feeling that so far dealing with that Tracer flank is going to be something that they want to fix. You have to give something to Karmlav. In fact, Vapors went on to the May here, so maybe the idea might be to just take that brawl fight and wall Keegan off from the rest of his team.
Hivemind try to take this ground for their own, but Zuskies immediately speed forward. Mortality Field has to be burnt to keep Keegan alive, but they're able to get the better of their adversary, getting rid of Zungi in the middle of the engage. And now that initiates the go button once again for Hivemind. The wall from Not Vapor just keeping Hivemind back as the rest of the team tries to retreat.
Yeah, Keegan keeps herself alive, has the Flux ready. Karmlav down, so there's no chance of a sound barrier if the Flux comes out, if you even need it.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see if Keegan decides to use it. Grayseal is removed, and now Keegan walled off by that May of Not Vapor, forced into a corner, and ends up dying to the hands of Not Vapor as a result. So Hivemind going to be stagnated a little bit. Buzz Lightyear is currently contesting with Crimson on this high ground, but Crimson eventually going to get kicked out by Not Vapor, and it's Hivemind having the full retreat.
Yeah, but they've got 4 minutes. They can take that retreat. They've pushed this payload quite a bit. It's actually past that tunnel, so it's past that kind of awkward stage. Now they can look to take that high ground. Sound barriers ready to deal with these incoming fluxes, so it's about getting that follow-up past that flux that these teams need to be looking for.
Gravitic Flux comes out from Zungi. The Grecian from Keegan not there to cancel it as the beat from Wi-Fi keeps the team alive. Karmlav responds with their own beat. Does not save it for the Flux, but the wall there keeping Keegan in the team's sight. Buzz Lightyear is going to be there to clean it up, and Raccoona is not one for this world either, as it's another clean fight here from Zuskies to take the point into their own.
Yeah, it was a brilliant wall. In fact, the Blizzard comes out here. Maybe they're just a little bit concerned that the swap's going to come in. Maybe they wish that they had a brilliant E from Zungi. What a good read there.
Beautiful eat from Zungi there to eat that pulse bomb, and now that sets up Zuskies for a pretty good hold with Grayseal falling yet again here to Not Vapor.
I want to point out Sky with the $50 donation to the PCRF. Thank you so much. And of course, if you want to donate, the link is there, but the Flux is coming out.
Again, unleashing the Flux, no sound barrier to counter, but the Immortality Field is there from Revenant. But Zungi caught off on the wrong angle, gets picked out here by Keegan, who finds 2 in this fight. They're down their main support though. However, Hivemind are willing to try and take advantage of this high ground positioning and are forcing Zuskies to retreat.
And that payload's kind of hovered back quite far, so they've got a little bit now to push. It's going to give Zuskies some time to get back into this and set Buzz Lightyear up for a brilliant overclock. There's no answer to the overclock right now. Those supports aren't ready quite yet, but they can build them quickly.
So as the cart rails the final corner before entering Grand Central Station, Hivemind continuing to try and push it forward. Crimson looking for an early pick to start off the fight as they're still looking for anything. Almost gets hit by a railgun from Buzz Lightyear from across the map as the 2 Sigmas currently facing off in this small corridor. Not Vapor tries to stop Keegan from getting the support of their team. So far, it's just been a stagnant between these 2 teams, waiting for the perfect opportunity, but it's going to be Keegan trying to initiate, and Grayseal, meanwhile, gets rid of Revenant with the Pulse Bomb. Make that 2 for Grayseal, getting rid of Not Vapor as well. Buzz Lightyear pops the overclock, needs to try and make some heroics, but is not finding anything with those shots. And now, Karmlav using the beat, trying to keep the rest of Zuskies sustained as they try to find any sort of late pick to try and bring themselves back in this. But Hivemind are still finding the pressure. They're finding the advantage that they need. Team Grayseal barely able to recall out of that fight before they're picked off, as now Crimson has their own overclock in play. Amplification Matrix from Revenant on the other side of the map as Crimson forced to retreat. And now Not Vapor is out of the fight. It's so far been a back and forth affair, but Hivemind are still looking to try and take advantage, and now that Karmlav's gone, that advantage has been found. Raccoona may be sacrificed, but it looks like Hivemind are finally finding the advantage they need and are going to be entering Grand Central Station.
My lord, The straight up winning play there is taking Vapor out, who was on the 90% towards Blizzard. If Vapor's alive in that fight where Zungi gets eliminations, then Zuskies definitely bring it back. Hivemind with 2 minutes on third. It's not a lot, it's not as much as they had previously where they had 4 minutes. Now, they still have this Flux to play, there's no support ultimates to counteract it. You've got Blizzard to try and nullify it, but Keegan is pretty much free in how they want to utilize this Flux going forward.
See how Keegan is going to use this Flux. Hivemind setting up inside that small hallway, just trying to make their way to the back line to get rid of Crimson or anything from the side of Hivemind. Zuskies put in the Gravitic Flux, however, and the Blizzard late here from Vapor doesn't catch on to anybody. That Blizzard gone to absolute waste as the cleanup is there from Hivemind.
Very unfortunate Blizzard. You saw there that Keegan, in the moment that Immortality Field came out of Revenant, it was like, okay, I'm fluxing, go in, because then there was absolutely nothing that could be done about it. Zuskies are going to get the retouch, they're coming up to their own Flux, but both support ults are going to be ready from Hivemind, not to mention the Pulse from Graceseal.
Pulse lands onto Karmlab, and Karmlab dies as a result of the damage. As Hivemind continues steamrolling this card, trying to enter into the point with over a minute on the clock to prevent any overtime rounds, but it's not going to be done as the stall is there from Zuskies. Wi-Fi has the beast to try and clean up the remains, but the Gravitic Flux is there late here from Zungi to try and remove all the members of Hivemind, but so far they've only been able to get rid of Wi-Fi. Now Vapor gets rid of that Lucio, but they sacrifice their life for it here. Zungi, however, barely still alive, trying to find the Baptiste of Rakuna, but is unable to find the finishing blow as the cart will sail into the final point of Midtown here for Hivemind with 41 seconds on the time bank.
Yeah, well, time is time, so they'll take it. It's below a minute, so Zuskies can still capture in overtime and have that extra time. I want to shout out Dex for the $10 donation, thank you very much, and Knock for the $25 donation, who said, "What is this Megalass and the Flesh Tuber Fletch thing I keep seeing on stream?" I think that wasn't meant for us, Bowsy. I think that was meant for the other stream.
Yeah, that's for B stream. That's for B stream. Yeah, that's for B stream. By the way, B stream is happening right now over on BPL 2. There is some other action going on there for the other Swiss round 4. Currently 2-0 in favor of Deadlocked over Starlink over on that stream, but we're not about that. We're about Hivemind versus Zuskies, and now as Hivemind are set up for their defense, Steer Geo, we're once again seeing that Sigma come into full effect.
Yeah, and they are going to be looking for the Brigida here, which means they'll have a little less damage output and ability to rotate quickly, but it means that when that brawl happens, that they'll have a bit of an advantage. So you're going to see them want to play closer. You'll see Keegan close that distance, play in a bit of a closer fight. The issue is Vapor's still on Mei, and a well-placed wall timed with an ability like the Rock coming out from Zungi could equalize that brawl fight and make it so that Hivemind's strength isn't as strong as they're hoping it will be.
So we'll see if that Mei is going to come into factor. Zungi's hit with an accretion on their way through the alleyways here with the rest of the Zungi squad. Or the Zuski squad, excuse me. As they make their way all the way to the far alleyway, Grayseal's going to try to take advantage and is going for the poke potential in the back here with that Tracer. Karmlab's going to be speeding everybody into the fire station here. Just try and force Hivemind into a bad situation.
Yeah, you see them just poking and prodding in, keeping close so they can utilize that Brigida. There's the wall.
The wall comes out, the accretion as well, but Keegan is still alive because the immortality field from Rakuna is there, and the cleanup as well. Wi-Fi finds 2, Crimson finds 2, and Grayseal cleans up the fight.
Yeah, you sometimes see this backline composition on Circuit, and it doesn't always work as well there because of the long sightlines, but the corners and tight areas where you can play on Midtown really play into it, and I'm sure Zuskies know that it's all about their wall placement to nullify that factor. Keegan is probably going to get Flux in this fight already, and there's going to be no answer to it unless Revenant can build their own window quickly and put out that damage.
They're able to do that as Keegan once again forced out of that kinetic grasp by the accretion, but now has the Gravitic Flux, lifting 3 members up into the air. Zungi, Revenant, not Vapor, all dead at the sight of the rest of Hivemind as they once again clean up the fight within 10 seconds.
Yeah, intensity from Hivemind. They're showing it. They're going to have that rally, but Revenant is going to have that window. So next time they push in and get a wall on someone, it's going to be met with a window. They're going to build a house of pain for Hivemind, who are only going to have a rally to try and keep alive. Pulse Bomb very early from Graciel, I think, just completely whiffed.
Now the amplification matrix from Revenant using the train car here. Zuskies now have an opportunity to make their advantage. They force Hivemind into the fire station for themselves. And now we're going to be able to take real estate on the objective. But you have a rallying Brigida and a Sojourn on the sidelines as Revenant's head gets chopped off completely. Buzz Lightyear is going to be joining them in the Decapitation Club as it's another cleanup from Hivemind.
I think I've had a nightmare once about a 350 HP Sojourn who was ulting. Thankfully, we didn't see the ult come out from Hivemind, but that's still something that's ready. That one half of that nightmare can still come true. The Flux is ready though from Zuskies, and there isn't the potential of a soundbar to nullify it. So Zungi can get a very good Flux here if it's well placed, finds 2 or 3 members, then they can win just off the back of that.
Of that Sojourn ultimate that Geo had nightmares about. The Gravitic Flux comes out from Zungi and lands on the Raccoona, forcing out the Immortality Field and getting rid of the Baptiste, and Wi-Fi as a result is also killed out. Revenant is traded, but it's still Zuski's trying to find some stabilization, and now they've lost their ult, and now they're starting to lose members one by one. However, they're able to stabilize. Zungi pushing all the way up into Keegan, making them die to their own spheres, as it's going to be Zuski's finally taking some real estate on the objective.
Yeah, I guess the Dreamcatcher worked. The Nightmare didn't come to a bad end for Zuskies as they are able to get the cap. Looks like they're actually going to swap their composition up here as they're going to be going on to a dive. That's a good decision there. It's now kind of an awkward backline for Hivemind where you have that Brigida protecting for the dive on a Baptiste. But a lot of opportunities for Zungi to follow up there, and the double flex support is going to be pretty much free here because there's no one who can really annoy them enough. You have Graciel, but they're going to be pretty much alone on that endeavor, so it's not enough pressure to give Carlab and Revenant the edge.
Graciel died early in that fight though, so there's nobody yet to pressure the supports, and Buzz Lightyear pops the overclock to just try to put pressure into Hivemind. Fire truck starts to head under the Midtown Tunnel, but Carmlab, meanwhile, moved out of the equation by Raccoona, and Not Vapor is going to be quick to follow them in the grave as Zuskies now are starting to lose their members one by one. Zungi just trying to push the card for themselves, trying to go for the late stagger onto Raccoona, but will fail to get it.
$10 donation from Mod Never. Thank you very much, my co-caster of the previous match. Hope you're resting up well. Now Hivemind are resting on the high ground, and they've got this Flux ready. Now there isn't a defensive ultimate for Zuskies to use in their support lineup, so again it's going to be another pretty much free Flux, and it's up to Keegan to land it perfectly to get that follow-up before this Nano Monkey engage comes in.
See if that Nano Monkey is going to make the difference. Hivemind, we're going to try and stop it in its tracks. Keegan immediately pinging just to see where all the members of Zuskies are. Here comes that Nano Monkey. Going to be Gravitic Fluxed up into the air, put on a pedestal, and slammed back down to the ground. But the cleansing Suzu from Carmlab is there to keep them alive. And while Not Vapor and Buzz Lightyear are dead, Hivemind had to force out that Gravitic Flux just to stop only one ultimate from the side of Zuskies.
Yeah, not even using the Flux just to take out Vapor, but also to nullify that Nano Monkey engage. So it's pretty much a wasted Nano. Brilliant placement by Keegan, showing a very, very good knowledge of utilizing that ultimate. Now, that Kitsune Rush is ready from Zuskies, but it's the rallies here, the windows here, the overclock. It's going to be so difficult for Zuskies to get any positioning on this high ground and force this heavy poke composition out of where it wants to be.
Hivemind, see the cart moving. It's Graciel. It was actually, I believe, Buzz Lightyear, excuse me, who's pushing the cart under the Midtown Tunnel here for the side of Zuskies. Hivemind are trying to keep themselves stabilized. The cart now approaching the end of the Midtown Tunnel with the Amplification Matrix meeting it on the other end from Raccoona. Primal Rage from Zungi, already lost half of their HP, making 3/4 of their HP because of that Amplification Matrix. But Graciel was slipped in the backline. Revenant finding that crucial sleep dart to get rid of the Tracer. It is a trade as Not Vapor is removed. Zuski's trying to keep themselves engaged in this fight, but there's a rallying Brigida on the other side of that wall. Now the rally's expired, but the overtime wick is starting to burn as Hivemind Hivemind are trying to clean up these picks one by one. Carmlad is removed. Buzz Lightyear has to be the savior, but they're unable to get any kills with that pulse bomb, courtesy of that, because of that the immortality field. And now they will fall to the hands of Grayseal as well. And for Hivemind, redemption tastes so sweet. They take Midtown.
They take Midtown. They prove it was a fluke before. It goes 1-1 in the series, and I have a feeling that we have an absolute banger on our hands. And here's Keegan, one of Keegan's many amazing plays here with such well-placed fluxes. This was the first one we saw on their defense, which was just perfectly placed to just completely decimate that front line. Keegan's done absolute wonders on this Sigma, and if we continue to see Sigma come out from them, it'll be a terrifying prospect for Zungi and squad.
Yeah, definitely. That Sigma's going to be a strong suit here for the side of Hivemind, and they're using it pretty well so far to be able to just take advantage of these fights. So we'll see if it's able to work into their favor here more as the series goes on, Gio, because they're still not done. They still need to win 2 more maps after losing that first map. And for all we know, their Zuskies could come back with a vengeance, try to take their own map of their own, get themselves to match point, and force Hivemind to play yet another map. So we are looking down the barrel of a potential map 5 situation. Now that I said that, we're probably only going to 4 maps. But the point still stands that this is a very close series.
Yeah, so far very close. Very back and forth. Also, we saw Hivemind. They definitely seem to have a better time when there's a little bit of space between them and Zuskies. And Zuskies seem to be a team that really want to get close. You know, playing that Mei, for example, trying to wall off members of Hivemind so that they can get close and get into a brawly fight. So perhaps now, as we go on to to be fair, it's Flashpoint next, so it's not exactly a whole lot of choice, but that probably means we're probably more likely to see Servasa come out. Actually, no, sorry, I'm completely lying. Servasa, you can definitely play a lot more Sigma than on Junkertown. So Junkertown we're probably going to see get chosen here by Zuskies, where it's less likely you'll see that Sigma, and more likely you'll see that Mauga, and that Mauga composition is where Zuskies had a bit of a better time on Busan.
Yeah, Zuskies seem to be much more comfortable on a brawl-style composition, so as we get the map choice, New Junk City is the map selection here, which is what Gio called Junkertown. Either way, it is going to be New Junk City that is picked here, which, again, is the more brawly of the 2 maps. This one relies on those brawl compositions. Junker Queen is an occasional pick here, but you mainly pick this map so that you can play Reinhardt, Ramatra, or Mauga.
Hey man, it's 4 a.m. I'm gonna start saying the silly things, okay?
It's totally fine. Trust me. It's been a long day for you over there in the European Union, but nonetheless, it'll be interesting to see if this match goes the distance here, because it definitely has been a close match. We'll have to see if these 2 are ready for New Junk City.
Yes, and it's worth noting that we have increased our goal now. So we smashed our first goal of $1,000. Now it's $1,200, and we are actually under $100 away from matching this new goal, which is incredible. And this is only day 2 of the tournament as well, so it just goes to show the amazing support that we're all giving to this great cause. And maybe we reach a second goal this weekend, huh? Hint, hint.
Maybe we could reach a second goal this weekend. Nonetheless, though, again, continue if you can donating to Palestine Children's Relief Fund. !donate in the chat. And who knows, you might get some sweet rewards if you wish. If you donate $3, you can get a vinyl sticker for the logo of this tournament. And if you donate $5, you'll be put into a raffle to get a coaching VOD from either Spilo or Natter. So there are some cool rewards on the line if you want to donate to Palestine Children's Relief Fund. Again, !donate in the chat, or visit solomon.gg/donate.
Yeah, and the stickers, they're not a whole lot left. Only 9. 9 stickers left. Warning, folks. Warning stations. There's only 9 stickers left. So if you're thinking, yeah, that sticker looks nice, now's the time to donate at least $3 and get that sticker for yourself, because they're selling like hotcakes. But it is New Junk City that we're heading to, and yes, it's a little bit more brawly. So I think they're very much of the knowledge of what they want to be playing here. Zuskies preferring to be up close and personal to Hivemind. But Hivemind, they're not shy of playing them. In fact, they're also pretty good at playing Moga themselves, and you already see Keegan on it there, as Crimson will be leaning on that Cassidy with some incredible plays previously in the last series with a triple kill High Noon in a opposing Moga cage. That's the sort of stuff that we're going to be seeing from Hivemind really with Zuskies. Are hovering Junker Queen? Which is a little shocking to me. I've not really seen people playing Junker Queen in the modern times right now in the last couple of seasons on this map over the Moga, but that may again will definitely help them in trying to isolate people like that Moga to get themselves some advantage.
Junker Queen already trying to make the advantage, but already that helpful, dropping extremely low because of all the pressure coming out from Hivemind and Keegan. Stopping right in the back line, getting rid of Not Vapor, and the rest of the picks all going red in the kill feed. Crimson is dead, but it's not going to be enough to turn the tide here for the side of Zuskies.
Yeah, if I'm Zungi, I'm swapping. Like, I'm going to be straight up. If I'm Zungi, I'm swapping off that character onto the Zarian now with the break and a backline. I think they'll regret this choice. It's a little bit odd, particularly because nothing stops Moga charging. Sleep won't stop Moga charging into your backline and squashing that poor little granny with the sniper ring.
Yeah, I'm a Zarya and Junker Queen main, and so far these two picks have perplexed me, but nonetheless, Zuskies trying to commit to it. Not Vapor on the sideline, trying to burn down that Mauga with the focusing beam, already over 60% to their ultimate. But Zuskies are just trying to find a way to make advantage of this, trying to take the long game, maybe poke from afar as a charge comes in from Keegan already in the backline and already getting rid of both supports. The Zuskies are just looking for answers and they are finding nothing.
Yeah, the Zuskies have overcooked. Like, straight up, they've overcooked. In fact, Keegan's overextended, so might actually get melted by Zungi, but there's really not going to be a touch anymore anyway for Zuskies, so that's first point's going to go the way of Hivemind. I think you already have 80% to grab, so you probably don't want to swap, but this poor backline is going to get absolutely trounced by this Moga every fight. Not to mention that the Genji's right there to follow up on what's essentially that Moga dive on the backline. I think Zuskies are just going to struggle every fight here to get anything done.
Hopefully this recipe that Zuskies are making is a long-term solution. Maybe they'll eventually find something that is considered edible. Duplicate's going to come on to the Mauga here, but Not Vapor is just going to get burnt out immediately. But Zuskies do get a little bit of a foothold here, trying to keep Hivemind back. But now that Consider Rush is just launched in. Here comes the charge from Keegan all the way to the backline. The Gravitic Flux, the Graviton Surge from Zungi, however, lands onto 4 members, forces out the beat from Wi-Fi, gets rid of 3 now. And all of a sudden, this Zarya is starting to work in favor here for Zuskies, and they're going to take the cap on Refinery first.
Yeah, I'm not a massive fan of starting your fight with Kitsune Rush. Rather, I much prefer getting into the fight, then rushing from there. Rushing in meant that they knew you were pushing through that choke. Here's your grab. Here's Vapor proving it again why they're one of the best echoes in this tournament. And suddenly, they're in a position where they can set their backline so far back that maybe it doesn't matter that they have a compositional disadvantage, particularly with the nano that's going to come out. However, of course, you're looking at this blade and what Gracio's going to be looking to do with it as they look to close that distance.
Hivemind closing the distance already, just taking the space for their own. Here comes the Deadeye from Buzz Lightyear, but they are burnt to the ground in the cage fight. The blade as well, at least from Gracio, to cut everyone to slices, as it's Hivemind taking the point back in their favor.
Yeah, there's no counterplay to Mauga charging you. There's absolutely nothing you can do. You can anti-nade, but the carry's there. And then the cage comes up, counter, like, brought with that blade. There's nothing you can do. Hivemind are going to basically sit and pray. And on this defensive position, they're going to have to come to you. And you're in a position where you want that to happen. And you've got High Noon as well. If they want to play from afar, you can just force them out. Hivemind are in a brilliant position.
We'll see if Hivemind are able to keep this position in their own. Rally comes out from Karmlav early. Crimson going to pop the Deadeye to keep the Zuskies back. and that's exactly what it does. It just separates them all the way back into the corridor. The rally now gone. And Zuskies has to come out from Not Vapor to try and keep this contested. They're going to get the bubble, but charge right in and immediately lose half of their health pool immediately, and now it's all gone. All of that health pool going over to the Mauga, but now Wi-Fi is removed from the fight. Hivemind down one of their supports, but Not Vapor is traded, but now the picks are starting to go in favor here for the side of Zuskies yet again. The sleep onto the Mauga off of the objective means Hivemind are going to have to lose the point, and they're going to lose the fight at the end of the day.
They're really relying on the mechanics here of their players. Buzz Lightyear really popped off there, and with Wi-Fi going down, then yeah, Hivemind are going to start to fall, and there's a potential here that we actually see Zuskies get this point, but the touch is definitely viable. It's what this grab's going to do to them on the entry. Oh, Grey Seal goes down.
Grey Seal out of the picture. They were supposed to be the first one to touch. Now Keegan forced to try and panic maneuver back onto the objective, and they're burnt down by the fan, the hammer from Buzz Lightyear as the picks are all blue in the kill feed. And Zuskies have found an answer. Probably not the best answer, but an answer nonetheless to take Refinery.
Yeah, I'm surprised. I'll just say it straight up. I'm surprised, but like Zungi's positioning was pretty good. Utilized the bubble on himself, then walked behind Keegan, who then didn't quite have that healing. Has actually made Keegan think of swapping to the Ramatra here, which suddenly that's gonna be a lot harder to play. It's gonna be a lot harder to close this distance into Zuskies.
We'll see if that Ramatra is going to make the difference here for Hivemind's playstyle. Zungi looking for the backline, has the Graviton Surge online, ready to pop. Looking for the perfect opportunity as the Kitsune Rush comes out from Rakuna, but the Graviton Surge lands right on the Kiriko, forces both the Cleansing Suzu and the beat from Wi-Fi to keep that Kiriko alive. Not Vapor also dead here to the Vortex field, so Zuski's trying to find any sort of advantage in their favor here. We have the rallying Brigida of Karmlev, who's getting pelted by that Nemesis form, as Hivemind are going to be able to take the objective first here, but the fight's not done. Zuskies are still ready to re-engage whenever they feel like it.
Yeah, they'll have their Noon for space. Of course, Crimson can match. Then you've got the duplicate from Not Vapor, which has been very good at building space in itself.
Here uses the High Noon, trying to find a pick as the Pulse Bomb comes in from Grey Seal. It is a whiff as the point flips over for the side of Zuskies. Meanwhile, Crimson takes out Buzz Lightyear with their own High Noon, as well as getting rid of Not Vapor. Now Hivemind cleaning up the picks one by one with only Revenant left on the objective. And Hivemind are going to take that point right back in their favor.
And thank you to Little Joe, observer and producer extraordinaire, that's the word I was trying to get out, for the $10 donation, saying this is for oversleeping. Well, that's fair enough. That I think maybe Little Joe was meant to actually be here to observe, but you know what, you're giving back to a good cause.
Definitely a good cause here. You know what's not good, however, the fact that Buzz Lightyear dies early before Zuskies can even get an opportunity to get onto the objective. Hivemind now take that as an opportunity to just push all the way to the spawn doors here and eliminate the Zuskies in sight.
Yeah, great opportunistic play there from Hivemind to off the back of Wi-Fi getting that elimination. We're like, oh, it's go time. Now they can't touch the point. It's going to be map point for yourselves now. Moving forward, you're going to have your Kitsune Rush and your Annihilation, so you're feeling pretty survivable in terms of keeping in the fight. Zuskies, though, they are going to have Nano, and they've went on to Mauga. Is this the forehead chest moment that we've been waiting for from Zuskies? Because a nanoed Mauga taking down a Ramatra, for example, that's a terrifying thing that I don't think I even want to see happen.
That is something that's more nightmarish than your overclocked dreams, as Zungi goes all the way in the backline. Rakuna's already removed by the anti-nade, and that nano boost is applied as Revenant gets their life taken away from them. And all the damage from that Mauga with the nano boost on top just shreds the competition into little bitty pieces.
Is this the play? Was Zuskies playing us the whole time? Is this what they wanted to do? Now Keegan's like, wait, I'm playing Ramatra into Mauga? That's not a good thing. You're going to struggle a lot there. You do have your Kitsune Rush to try and nullify some of that, but as a Ramatra in the situation, you're going to be pretty much just holding your block and hoping your DPS can utilize that Kitsune Rush to the best of their advantage.
Hivemind to try and find advantage, but Baywall comes out to force out the Nemesis form from Keegan to keep themselves alive. But Hivemind are still trying to find their way in. The speed boost comes out, and Keegan finds Revenant. Caught off in an off angle. Now the Kiriko and the Lucio dead as well as Carmelab dies to Gracio. Means that Zuski's top is just going to fall apart at the limbs. Zungi will be the last to fall on the Mauga as Hivemind take the point back.
So to pledge for the $3 notification, make sure to get one of those last remaining stickers. Now every single ult, there's no issue in terms of amount of ults for Hivemind. They have all of them here. They're looking at probably keeping this fight if they can rotate their ults nicely to overtime here, and that's terrifying for Zuskies, who are against map point.
High from Crimson, eating around the corner, unable to find anything with it. That's one ult gone. Continue rush now is 2 as Rakuda is keeping the team sustained in the middle. Annihilation from Keegan, that is 3. Hivemind popping everything in the kitchen sink so far, and they're cleaning up the picks when it matters. The cage fights here from Kungi, but it's all it's doing is keeping Keegan with the Annihilation in your sight to get a 5K.
My God. Annihilation living up to its name there, and with 70%, is there going to be a touch? It's going to be last minute, and it might just need to be Carmelab, who is also on the other end going to be a win condition with having that sound barrier to match Wi-Fi's. You are going to have the Blizzard. You're really hoping for a well-placed Blizzard.
Wolfram comes out, is able to keep the rest of the team over, he's able to stay alive. Zuski's looking for the advantage here. As you see, Carmelab just trying to run to the objective, but they're not able to get there in time. Buzz Lightyear cannot fly. As stated in Toy Story, the toy cannot fly, and they couldn't fly to the objective in time to stop the C9, sort of, for the side of Zuskies as Hivemind now are at match point in the series.
Yeah, the fact that Hivemind could take that second to last fight, essentially, with no ults, and they had all 5 of their ults. I mean, look at this. Keegan just absolutely cleaning up from the devastation. There was also that well-timed Kitsune rush where Rakuna noticed, obviously, the cardiac overdrive being one of the win conditions of a Mauga composition. That trigger comes out, then you Kitsune rush to nullify that, to kind of equalize that advantage, and now they have to cage for it, and the cage came a little bit too late, and the rest of the follow-up was there. The rest is history. Now Hivemind are in a series winning placement here, because all they need is one more map and they win. It is match point. Zuskies, they need to really get it together, and it's going to have to be on push that they begin their comeback.
Yeah, definitely. It's going to be interesting to see if Zuskies are able to make that comeback here, considering that Hivemind were really good on push earlier in the day here. So there is the potential for Hivemind to take this away, but Zuskies could very well try to throw a curveball in this situation and turn it around in their favor. Nonetheless, it's going to be interesting to see if Hivemind has what it takes to close out this series, or if Zuskies can force that map 5 to try and bring it all the way here, Gio, which would be unfortunate for you, but would still be a very entertaining show nonetheless.
Hey man, it doesn't matter what time it is, I'll be there for a good old BPL showdown, and of course it's all for a good cause anyway. I mean, now, if you're thinking about the maps, what we playing here, you know, between the 3 of them, you're thinking, okay, we try. I'm still trying to work out retroactively what they're trying to do on New Junk City, not Junker Town, and see what they're trying to do, because it did work for like a moment, like maybe like a fight or two, and they got a point off the back of it. That Zarya Brig Anacon position into the Mauga, and it did force Keegan to swap, but it was a very risky choice to make. So in terms of predicting what they want to do with the map, no prediction. I don't know what they're going to bring me.
Yeah, definitely. It seems like Zuskies want to play one style, but that one style is not the easy way to get the victory. Of course, the only victory that they got was on Busan, which, yes, they did play the Brawl style on Mecha Base, but we also saw them on that Winston style, which, as so far, Hivemind have shown that they are strong on 2 types of compositions, Dive and Sigma. So you're kind of put in a situation there where you're trying to outclass your opponents on a composition they seem comfortable on, and now you can throw Brawl out the equation, because now Hivemind have told you that they can also play Brawl to an extent. So it's a difficult situation here for the side of Zuskies. But they have selected the map, and the map is New Queen Street. So this tells me that they want to try to go back to a dive style.
Yeah, that's likely the call that they want to go for. Bringing my mind back to Hivemind, I believe Hivemind played the Mauga composition. I think Moga. Yeah, they played a Moga composition and then they swapped back to the Ramatra. So we're probably going to see that again if that's their practice choice. And again, we saw very comfortable on the Ramatra and the Moga. Keegan can do both, but if it is going to be Zuskies coming out on a dive, then we also saw Keegan do very well on Wrecking Ball. So I feel like Hivemind have the answer to whatever happens on New Queen Street. It's about how strong the plan from Zuskies is in choosing this map.
Yeah, we'll definitely see if Zuskies has what it takes to try and take advantage of their map pick because they were unable to do it on that last map. It's definitely going to be interesting because right now they are staring down the barrel of a match point. And if Hivemind are able to close it out, that's the undefeated season locked and shut for Hivemind. They've completely swept the Swiss stage. Zuskies want that as well, so we'll have to see if they're going to be able to try and get these next two maps to try and seal the deal for themselves.
Yeah, it's for the streak, it's for the placement, but also it's for the ego of the players to say, yeah, we went undefeated in the Swiss stage. But then the next stage is winning the bracket and going all the way in the bracket. So you have to take it map by map in a tournament like this, and clearly Hivemind and Zuskies, they've done that because they've been pretty consistent. And you know, when you have players like Lightyear, who's going to really pop off on whatever character that you put them in. Obviously, the Cassidy, the Tracer, both have been really strong. I think there's been a little bit of struggle in terms of Vapor's hero pool, because we've only really seen May or Echo, and not too much deviation from that, and that does give you issue because it means that your opponents know, okay, well, it's either May or it's Echo, and it's very easy to predict and play around that and make specific plans to take out an Echo in the sky or to play around that wall.
Yeah, definitely. It's going to be interesting to see what the plan is going to be here from the side of Zuskies, if they're still going to continue running either this Echo or this May, or if they're going to plan for something else here as we head over to Toronto to see which team is going to prevail on New Queen Street. If Hivemind wins this map, it is the final map of the series, but if it's Zuskies winning, we go over to that final map on Escort, so it's all on the cards here for Zuskies to keep their hopes and dreams alive in this series as we load in to this map here, Gio. It'll be interesting to see what Zuskies are cooking in the kitchen, because whatever they were cooking on New Junk City was not really food.
Yeah, that was the either unedible overcooked food or undercooked food, I should say, instead of messing up my words. Zuski's currently on the Sigma right now, hovering over it, and we've seen this previously on Midtown, and it wasn't too bad, but Hivemind were better. Hivemind, they have Keegan immediately on the Ramatra, and of course that means that they'll want to close that distance and play closer, especially since Revenue have a Baptiste. They want to play slower, they want to play for that spam compared to that Kiriko, who doesn't have as much output healing, so you want to play quicker and take quicker fights.
So as Hivemind start to make their advance, going all the way to the faces of Zuskies, making sure that they can close the distance as quickly as possible. It's going to be up to Zuskies to try and stop them from doing exactly that. You already see Zuskies backing up a lot, going over to where the barricade is, noticing that there's somebody in the backline. It's Grayseal trying to poke from afar. They quarter out the Tracer and eliminate that pesky pest in their backline. Buzz Lightyear gets the finishing blow onto them, as well as getting the kill onto Crimson. It's Keegan, however, trying to get rid of Revenant. They will be able to get that kill with the help of Wi-Fi, but it's still Hivemind down in the fight, as now Keegan is forced to succumb to all of their wounds.
I mean, you can't really plan for Buzz Lightyear just taking out her Peacemaker and just absolutely decimating you, and that's what happens to Grayseal, and as soon as Grayseal's gone, that off-angle pressure is also gone, so you can play a little bit more aggressive and out in the open if you're Zuskies. And look at that, Vapor with so much output that they're going to have this duplicate potentially now, and they could potentially use that to, my god, that's a massive donation from Greg, $293? What?
Well, they heard that we had a stretch goal, and they decided to go past the stretch goal, bringing us to $1,413. Thank you so much, Greg, for your very generous donation toward Palestine Children's Relief Fund. But as the fight begins, it's a duplicate from Not Vapor, just pushing in with the Sumatra into the face of Keegan, finding Raccoona with no cleansing Suzu in tow, gets rid of him with that Nemesis form, and now is up to an annihilation of their own. Gonna burn down Crimson, who is stuck in the middle of the street, looking for Great Seal as well, as Zuskies are continuing to apply pressure.
Earlier when I said maybe the hero pool was an issue for Not Vapor, I never ever meant that the skill at the hero was bad, because Vapor has been consistently high level with their echo gameplay, and right now they're holding it down. And Hivemind, if they don't want this forward spawn to be unlocked, they're going to have to very quickly touch this point and utilize this Kitsune Rush, but they don't do it in time, and that forward spawn's been unlocked.
Forward spawn unlocked. Crimson also removed from the fight as the Kitsune Rush comes out as Karmlav and Revenant pop both of their support ultimates. Hivemind forced to retreat for now, trying to find an opening in this fight, but it's going to be up to Grayseal to do exactly that. Having the Pulse Bomb in tow, looking for Not Vapor on the sidelines. They try to keep peppering down the members. They go for the Pulse Bomb. It lands on a Buzz Lightyear, but the hinder from the Cassidy keeps them in place, so the Pulse Bomb catches themselves as well. What a hinder from Buzz Lightyear, and now the Flux coming out from Zungi, lifting the members of the Hivemind up into the air and trying to clean the remains. But Keegan, however, is able to get rid of Revenant. Karmlav also removed, so it's only Zungi here on the bot trying to stall it out, and eventually Hivemind are going to be able to recover.
Yeah, Hivemind recovering. Good for them that they're able to hold on to some of these ultimates, which they're definitely going to need to use, because this next fight's going to be very quick, because that forward spawn's enabled. Buzz Lightyear going to be looking for that high noon, looking like it's going to be from coast actually, and you really need this overclock to come up big from Crimson to get this bot moving for the side of Hivemind.
The bot starts moving. 8 meters taken already from Hivemind. Trying to find the advantage, but Buzz Lightyear is going to come out with this Deadeye from the other end. Everyone's stuck inside that tunnel, however, except for one person who dips down. It's Crimson, just barely able to escape the sightlines up the high noon. Now popping the overclock, getting rid of that immortality field as Not Vapor uses their duplicate form to just go right into that Ramatra form and try to turn the tide. It's a back and forth affair, but Zungi has been able to find two. Not Vapor is looking for any sort of targets inside as they start reversing the direction of the bot here. Hivemind are still trying to make some advantage, but now Wi-Fi trying to go across the map, gets hit by the accretion and burned to the ground. Raccoon is able to get rid of Not Vapor, however, and now Zungi is in a world of hurt with barely any health left to the name. They're going to be able to survive, however, as Grayseal is too low health to take on the contest, but Hivemind now still have made zero progress with all the ults they've used, and they're investing more into this fight, Gio.
Kitsune Rush, and as soon as they heard that Zuskies backed up, unfortunately Revenant gets caught out, Grayseal gets equalized, and it's a great position for Zuskies to come back into this and utilize their Flux, because Wi-Fi is not quite there with Sound Barrier to nullify what Zungi's about to do to the side of Hivemind.
Only thing that could stop that Gravitic Flux is the Cleansing Suzu from Raccoona as Hivemind start making their way toward that corner, closing in on the checkpoint. As you already see, Zuski's taking advantage, just trying to get rid of Raccoona and force out that Cleansing Suzu, and that's exactly what they do. Here comes the Gravitic Flux from Zungi now, lands onto the Nemesis form of Keegan, who's trying to block for their life. Now Zungi stuck in a terrible situation, getting pressure on from all sides, but uses their barricade in the opposite direction to keep themselves alive and get rid of the members of Hivemind with the help of the rest of their team.
Wow, they held on to that one by the skin of their teeth, but yeah, Zungi with a great play, like you mentioned, forcing out that Suzu was the factor that allowed that Flux to come out, but only got Keegan, who is now on Winston, trying to dive into that backline and take out Revenant and potentially Buzz Lightyear from being able to apply that pressure to the rest of the team. Both support ults ready from Zuskies, so you know they're going to open with this window, and that's going to be a lot of pain.
Here comes that window from Revenant, as you mentioned, giving a lot of pain over to the side of Hivemind, but they immediately retreat, cower into the corners, trying to keep themselves alive. Wi-Fi dropping extremely low, now using the beat to re-engage as Grayseal gets the better of their adversary and Not Vapor. Hivemind now have an opportunity to engage into this as Farmland forced to use the beat, but Zungi isn't caught on it, extremely low on that Sigma, just barely able to stay alive for the time being, but it's quickly dropping in health. The sticky bombs and the fan to hammer don't help that cause. Revenant dead as well means that the rest of Hivemind are going to be able to clean up the fight and take this spot back to the neutral.
Yeah, however, they lost one person. It doesn't sound like a lot, right? Well, the forward spawns for Zuskies are right there as they actually swap their composition also They have to hold on to the Cassidy for now because that high noon can be very useful in terms of creating that space. Now, you have to be careful of your own backline as Rakuna's going to be in a lot more danger.
As you can see, Gracio's going to be initiating a fight with the duplicate onto the Winston. The Katsuna Rush also used here from Rakuna, as Revenant actually dies here to the side of Keegan. Now there's the side of Zuskies does not have their support. It's an opening for Hivemind, and Crimson finds two to sling the door wide open for their team to push this bot toward the checkpoint.
God damn, that might just give them that forward spawn, and suddenly the map looks a little bit more equal with 3 minutes to go. Hivemind's position is looking a little bit more comfortable. They are going to be able to go in deep with a Primal Rage. There is only the high noon though from Buzz Lightyear, but we've seen them do some good stuff with it before, and they've got the high noon for it. Zonky goes down.
Zunky, so much damage being pumped in before the bot even hit the checkpoint. They died to the sticky bombs early here. They will be able to get that quick spawn because the checkpoint does initiate a 2-second spawn timer for the defending team. But Hivemind now have a good advantage to make some ground here. Zunky still has to come back into the fight, and Buzz Lightyear is shocked to death by Keegan, who jumps up and gets rid of that Cassidy in the act. Now Hivemind have a great advantage to keep going. Only one DPS on the enemy side, but Keegan's dropping extremely low. Forced to pop the Primal Raid, and Carmlab gets Ajax! Both up the wall, unable to get the beat off in time, and now Hivemind in perfect position to take the lead.
Keegan, the King Kong of New Queen Street, takes Carmack into their own hands and just keeps them in the air and stops the beat of forced Ajax. Incredible play. Hivemind in the lead, and they have their own sound barrier, which Wi-Fi definitely wants to get off and hit on the ground.
It'll be difficult now for Zuskies to try and rebound after that, but there is still the potential to do it. They still got 90 seconds on the time bank. Katsuna Rush initiated, and Crimson immediately removed by Carmlab, who's a little bit angry after that Ajax. Grayseal duplicates over to the Monkey, trying to find any sort of value as they force Revenant to go for the teleport, but now they're still using their own Primal Rage into the backline. Meanwhile, their adversary has found two, not Saber, getting rid of Wi-Fi and Keegan, trying to bring this back as they eventually will get the kill on a Grayseal as well, and Zuskies are able to get that bot back in their control with a minute left.
Forward spawn's going to come out for Hivemind. They've got both their support ults and a high noon to boot. This is going to be very difficult for Zuskies. They want to build this beat in this next fight so they can try and nullify some of what's happening, especially for this Kitsune Rush. But they've got under a minute now. They're not in the lead. They need to win this next fight, and then the fight after that, the typical one for Zuskies here.
We're going to be initiating here with the duplicate. Crimson has the Deadeye, trying to find anything in sight. Does see the primaling enemy Winston, but is only able to get on paper, and they get rid of that Echo immediately out of the duplicate. Wi-Fi initiates with the beat as well to just continue the pressure that Zuskies have to battle through, and it's not looking good here for the side of Zuskies. The Hivemind are cleaning up the field. Buzz Lightyear once again removed. Carmlab quick to follow, and 16 seconds left. Zuskies might have to go for desperation.
Yeah, I don't even know if they can go for desperation. Is there even a touch now, especially as Zunky goes down? There's no Vapor looking for it, but Hivemind, I think they've just secured it.
They have secured it indeed. No one is there to touch the bot. Carmlab is too far away, and Hivemind complete the undefeated Swiss stage in Watch Over Palestine with a 3-1 victory over Zuskies.
Hivemind have shown incredible prowess in a lot of different compositions, but I really got to give it to Keegan here, who as soon as they swapped onto Winston, look at this, oh god, Lucio players look away. Oh god, Keegan looks so comfortable on so many different tanks here that Hivemind are in for a very good run here, especially heading into the playoffs. If you've got a tank player that can flex and do so well on so many different tanks, then you have a superstar on your side.
Hivemind definitely are looking like the scariest team so far in this tournament with a very convincing victory now. Again, going up to that undefeated record. And heading into the bracket stage, they are looking like the favorite, especially with, again, you mentioned Keegan on that tank role being a dominant force. Not to mention Grayseal and Crimson, who have brought us multiple different highlight reels across the roster. And who could forget their support line of Wi-Fi and Rakuna that's just been able to keep this team on their toes throughout the entirety of the series. What a performance from Hivemind here to rebound after a very stressful already Map 5 series, taking it now only in 4.
A great performance from Hivemind. I feel good to be their groupie. And a great performance from the community as well in terms of the donations. I want to shout out Maka for the $10 donation came in, and another 100 from Greg. My bad, I thought I hit this goal already. Okay, Greg, I see you. I see what you're doing. Another goal hit because of Greg's generosity, incredible generosity. That is $393 in total from Greg, and we have hit our one. Is that our second stretch goal?
I believe so, because we were at I believe 1,200 before.
Yeah.
The donation from Greg. That brought us to over 1,400, and now we've hit $1,500 raised for Palestine Children's Relief Fund.
That's just amazing. I mean, this is just a showcase of how much compassion is in this community as we all rally together behind a great cause to help the PCRF and their efforts, their boots on the ground efforts in Palestine and in Gaza, to help these kids that are in a awful situation and need that humanitarian aid. We're already at $1,500, and the weekend isn't all over. I think, what did we start on at the start of the day? I think it was like 700 and
Something around that.
Yes. So we've almost made a whole grand just today. That's an amazing feat. So everyone that's helped out, whether you've just been watching and giving support in the chat, pat yourself on the back. We're doing some good stuff here.
Yeah, definitely. Give yourselves a pat on the back for helping us raise all of this money for PCRF. And Gio, we still have one more day of this tournament left. There is still one more day to get all of those donations into PCRF. We're not done after this. So we still got one more day, and we still got some plenty fun Overwatch to help entertain the crowd as we raise more money for PCRF. As we take a look now at the standings for the Swiss stage, and you can tell some games still seem to be ongoing, but for the most part, it is these standings here. Hivemind, the only team at the top with a 4-0 scoreline, the only team that is undefeated throughout the entirety of this this Swiss stage.
Who let Overworked's logo get so high up this standings, please? I don't want to see it again. It's going to give me even more nightmares. And I don't like having these nightmares, Boozy, but I'm going to get more if I keep seeing Overworked's terrifying logo, which every time I see it, I feel like I'm looking into a mirror. I think we have a last-minute possibility of maybe jumping into another game, actually.
Yeah, we did hear that one of the games that is currently ongoing, one of the final games here, which I assume is ShikiCaHmi versus Overworked, Gio. I believe is the one game that we are missing, and that one is currently going to a map number 5. So, do we go over to a break and go over to that? I would assume so, because we seem to have put over the scoreboard for that exact situation here. So
we're panicking. We're all over the place. Here we are. Hello.
Yep. We're working through the cast right now. We're working through the graphics.
Mega last jump scare.
The mega last jump scare is real. There we go. We're getting ourselves back onto the screen after sorting through all our casters. But definitely, if we go to that match, that is a map 5 situation. Yeah, so we'll be back with the final match of the Watch Over Palestine tournament, the final Switch match heading to its map number 5. Don't go anywhere. It feels good to put that graphic back up that it's been 0 days since I casted a tiebreaker map. As we're heading into the 5th map, technically speaking, yes, I did cast a tiebreaker map. 5th map between Overworked and ShikiCaHmi here in the final match of the Watch Over Palestine Swiss stage. Bowsy once again here with Gio, who was regretting Overworked's logo before we jumped into this matchup here. So Gio's very excited for this match. Nonetheless, this is the final match here, Gio. Both of these teams 2-1 in the Swiss stage. One of them's walking away 2-2, the other 3-1.
Yeah, so we'll introduce the teams very quickly. On the time of ShikiCaHmi, I just casted them earlier against Hivemind, where they went to a 5-map banger. Blobfish is going to be your tank with Wow Bob, an insane DPS who can go on heroic plays. Then you have Baby, who in her own right is also stacked. Then you have Mithra and Pleasure on the support line, keeping them in check. Overworked has January, who is also Scottish, so she's also playing at like 4:38 a.m. if I'm correct in saying so. That's insane. Shout out to every EU person that plays in BPL at these insane times. I know I couldn't do it, but it's 2 for 2 right now. You see, it started out as Overworked, then ShikiCaHmi kind of got into their stride and were looking like they were also going to get a free one. Upset happened on New Queen Street, and now it's Route 66 to decide this match.
Route 66, the final map here of the Watch Over Palestine Swiss stage. It's going to be up to these two teams to see which one is going to be coming out on top here. And as we're loading into the map here with Overworked on the defense here, Gio, we already see the Mauga coming back out on the playing field.
Yes, we do, and instead of talking about that disaster, let's talk about the fact that it is a close hold with a Pharah, actually. January's on the Pharah, there's no mercy here. It is going to be able to just keep up that pressure, but ShikiCaHmi looking already to just break it apart.
Yeah, ShikiCaHmi is just trying to get this close hold in their favor, but they already lose their tank. Blobfish immediately removed, but Wow Bob is able to get rid of January on the offense. Make that 2 for Wow Bob actually in this fight. That Sojourn coming out to play, getting rid of 2 picks immediately. Cage just trying to salvage any sort of picks here, stomping in, getting rid of Mithra on that Kiriko. And now with Wow Bob continuing to pop up, ShikiCaHmi continuing to try and get this hold, but yeah, they're going to be able to get it. They're going to be able to get the win as well in the fight. Excuse me. They're getting the push.
Yeah, just able to just out-push, out-fight that close hold. Quick shout out to Orange for the $25 donation. Oh god. And Curvatus for the $35 notification. Says needs more Winston. You're getting more Winston right into Mauga. And so far, Blobfish is doing an okay job at just not face tanking that Mauga and getting that value in the back line of Overworked.
Now Overworked trying to find their way back into the fight. They already get rid of Wow Bob, who was the closing factor there for ShikiCaHmi, just keeping them alive. And now Pleasure is also removed, and the dominoes just fall one by one. And Overworked are going to be able to hold here right outside of Big Earls.
Big Earls is where they're going to be holding as he stabilize here. January getting so much spam damage out in that fight, just forced Wow Bob into spawn the quick way. Now you're looking at the overclock from Wow Bob, you're looking at the support ults from both support duos here. This is going to be a big fight, and this Shaggy just gets Wow Bob again. Okay.
Yep, January popping off with the Pharah, getting rid of Wow Bob once again, and that's another big factor that ShikiCaHmi have to back up for. The other Blobfish going over to the Diva, forced to retreat because the Mauga is just too powerful. But January is just pumping in so much damage into this Diva, forcing that defense matrix out and keeping ShikiCaHmi at bay.
Here's the overclock coming out from Wow Bob. You should be terrified of that fact. The beat to try and nullify as January gets sniped out of the barrage.
Yep, January. Unfortunate barrage placements get sniped out by the overclock here. But now Overworked are going to use this cage fight for their own. Mithra going to be using the Kitsune Rush inside of the cage to try and keep the team alive as that cage is melted to the ground. Shoreline Pie uses the overclock, gets burnt down their own, and now Overworked, over-investing at this point, using every single ultimate they have and not coming out on top.
Yeah, this is messy, but that damage is constantly there from January, who was able to get back and get sniped out of the air now. This is Blobfish finding that value on the Diva. We're at 1 minute remaining here, and There's a potential to just hold on to this as King's now on the point. You have that bomb to try and push them off.
The bomb comes out and King is caught out by it on the off angle. The Malga removed. Once again, Shoreline Pie quick to follow as Blobfish chases Kernmaster to the end of the earth as ShikiCaHmi going to be able to cap the point here and start moving into the second phase of Roots.
B-A-B-Y, baby. It's 5 a.m. I'm going to get a little wacky with it at this point. But yeah, baby cleaning up a lot there. That bomb going on to King was a brilliant position where that bomb was just around that corner, so King just had no way to hide. And Deep, of course, eating up all these shots from the Murder, stopping them from activating their passive and getting that healing is a big factor, and King starting to struggle a little bit more here.
Well, if Baby's pushing the cart, can we call them a baby driver? Nonetheless, ShikiCaHmi currently trying to keep this cart moving for their own. The pulse bomb comes out from Baby. It does not land on anything. Meanwhile, Wow Bob taken out of the equation by Kernmaster here. January now on the venture, trying to get some advantage here with that drill, but is unable to find anything so far. This Pleasure's beat is there to keep ShikiCaHmi sustained for now. But Overworked are going to be able to stop them in their tracks, and Pleasure gets caught out by King's Malga as well. So now Overworked have an opportunity to hold this. Wild Bob, however, is still alive, and as we've learned, an alive Wild Bob is a dangerous Wild Bob. They're able to get rid of January here. King forced to retreat as they don't want to take too much damage there from that Sojourn either.
Over 2 minutes here on this attack. Wild Bob opening up nice and early with this overclock again, forcing the beat. Last time January barraged and caused their own death there, but now January with the Echo doesn't have that opportunity.
Yeah, however, the Kitsune Rush comes out from Silvertalls. The bomb, however, Blobfish catches on the Shoreline Pie, and Wild Bob finds 2 in this fight so far. This Sojourn from Wild Bob has been lethal the entirety of this series. Almost got the 3K, but Blobfish takes it away.
Yeah, I think very quickly Wild Bob's become probably my favorite DPS in the tournament just because of that pop-off potential is so high. There's practically no ceiling to it. It goes into the clouds. You see January on the venture now to maybe give a little bit more pressure and a kind of the brawl, try and displace with that burrow and just get that burst damage there, especially onto Baby, who if they get caught out by the venture, then they're going to be in a world of hurt.
See if Overworked are able to make this venture work as the map continues, as we enter into the Deadlock Gang. Blobfish on the high ground, forcing out members of the Overworked. January going to be diving through, but Baby lands the pulse bomb into Shoreline Pie and eliminates them on the spot. Make it 2 for Baby as that Tracer is lighting up the kill feed once again.
Yeah, they've attached jet rockets onto this payload for third point as it's zooming all the way to completion with 2 minutes remaining. Blue Bob 70% overclock, likely to get in the next fight. Cage ready from King, and it's going to be up against the Kitsune Rush from Mithria, where the support of Overworked, they don't have their own ultimate, so this is going to be a massive Kitsune Rush.
Mithria actually makes a difference, but the cage fight is there from King to keep it contained in that small room. Bomb comes out from Blobfish all the way on the high ground. No one's going to get caught out by it on the side of Overworked, but Shoreline Pie is still dead at the end of the day. Now Bob using their overclocking, getting rid of King in sight. January will be able to eliminate them, but it's for their own life as Mithra is able to get the final blow. Now all it's left is Kernmaster on the Lucio trying to skate around, but it's unable to get to the cart in time. ShikiCaHmi is going to be capping the point here with 1 minute and 20 seconds on the time bank.
Yeah, strong time bank, strong push. They faltered a little on first point after Overworked were able to get some flow back, but ShikiCaHmi send themselves up for brilliant success. Now, though, it's up to Overworked and what they want to do on their attack. We saw January, getting some good initial picks on the Pharah. They could try that on the attack a little bit harder there because of that big open space room, that first initial corner. So it's going to be a little bit more difficult to get value with the Pharah, but if anyone can do it, it's probably January, who also did flex onto the Echo and then the Venture. However, playing the Mauga is not an option because of this high ground. You're going to see King on the Winston here, going for the dive with ShikiCaHmi sticking on the Deaver for now. Perhaps planning for the potential that there's a Mauga, but I imagine that once Blobfish notices that King is on the Winston, we'll see Blobfish eventually swap off so that they can have those quicker dives that Winston has compared to D.Va. D.Va's pretty much more just a poke tank rather than a dive tank. The dive of D.Va, it's very slow compared to the Winston.
We'll definitely see if that Winston is going to work better here for the side of Overworked. ShikiCaHmi setting up on their defense. Shoreline Pie is going to go over to the Hanzo here temporarily to try and see if there's anybody hiding in the train cars, I assume. And they're going to find out that there's nobody hiding in the train cars, so now they're coming back out on the Tracer. January over to the Sombra is an interesting change, but they're going to be tacking onto Blobfish, forcing them off of that high ground and taking that space for their own here. So Overworked able to get some pretty interesting space here as now they're looking for that dive attempt into the back line. King looking for it, currently tasering out Blobfish, now going up to the high ground to meet up with Wild Bob. Gets forced out by Blobfish and is immediately set to retreat with the rest of their team as they continue moving that cart through the streets.
Yeah, just keeping that cart moving, keeping it contested as they push forward, look for those setups with the hacks, but a trade initially comes out.
Yep, Silvertald is removed, but at the cost of Baby here is ShikiCaHmi trying to take this advantage. Now Kernmaster is removed as Wild Bob once again popping up in the kill feed on the Sojourn. And ShikiCaHmi looking in a good position to hold this card outside of Big Earls like what Overworked did before.
Got that. You can just rely on a DPS like Bob to just get that done. Space created, of course, from the rest of the team. As you see the amount of pressure being put out by Blobfish as they are going to have their own bomb ready. We're probably going to see ults come out from ShikiCaHmi in this next fight anyway, where Overworked are playing more for the cart than the pressure, so they don't have as much ultimates for this next fight.
See if Overworked is able to keep this momentum in their favor. King goes up to the high ground once again to dive. Mythra is going to initiate here with the Kitsune Rush to try and counter it. Pulse Bomb is a whiff from Shoreline Pie, and Silvertall is once again first dead on the side of Overworked. Meaning once again your Kiriko's down. Now is your Somber down, as with some beautiful kunais there from Mythra to clean up the fight.
Yeah, nicely done. You use the Kitsune Rush, you don't overinvest any of your other ultimates, you keep your sound barrier, your overclock, so you're in a good position here. However, the threat is now the EMP. And the Kitsune Rush from Silvertals. You need to be careful of your positioning. That is pleasure, because January's going to be looking for you to get that hack on you so you can EMP before the sound barrier comes out.
January tries to go for the hack onto the D.Va, but once again it's Wild Bob finishing them off as they were trying to escape with that railgun shot. Baby now trying to go into the Tracer 1v1 with Shoreline Pie as Kernmaster is once again removed. Wild Bob has been the wow factor here for Overworked, and it's paying dividends.
Damn, I mean, how many times can I say it? How many times can I swoon over Wow Bob's plays? And it's without using the overclock. It's so economic also. Oh, baby, gets hacked. Might go down here because of it, yeah.
Beautiful hack there from January to get rid of that Tracer, and now Shoreline Pie has the potential to just be uncontested. B comes out from Kernmaster to counter this overclock from Wild Bob, and the EMP comes out as well. But January still shot out by Wild Bob before they are sentenced to death by Shoreline Pie. Mythra, however, is removed, and now Overworked continuing to find these picks and might be able to book a ticket into the first point.
Yes, below a minute though, so if there is a touch, and it looks like Blobfish is planning to, there's a chance that this Kitsune Rush comes out. Silvertals can answer though, so it's going to be in the defensive position to win this one.
Gensing Suzu gets rid of the pulse bomb that Blobfish had attached to them, as now Overworked got rid of that mech, but are still trying to look for the advantage. Shoreline Pie is removed, but it's traded for Mythra, as now is an opportunity for ShikiCaHmi to get an opportunity, but they're starting to lose members one by one. Silvertall is removed, but so are the rest of ShikiCaHmi, as Overworked are going to be able to enter into the second phase.
So, I know it's the opposite of what I said would happen with it's actually King matching the D.Va instead of the other way about, but it's because King can eat up that those pellets of Wow Bob, stop them from building that overclock, and when you see that blue Sojourn, it means that railgun's ready. You can plan to eat that and nullify the wow factor of ShikiCaHmi.
So we'll see if that D.Va's going to continue making a difference here. King making a pretty smart swap, but now obviously it's going to be difficult with Wild Bob still alive. Shoreline Pie's head is chopped clean off. Silvertall's in a world of hurt on the opposite side of the map, and we're Overworked are forced to re-engage for another day.
Yeah, 2 minutes on the board. They've still got time to play with. No need for any panicking. However, January has struggled to get a lot of value with the Sombra in terms of like building EMPs and getting good hacks, because Blobfish is right there on the Diva and can interrupt a hack with just a single pellet of their shotgun.
Pleasure goes a little bit over aggressive, trying to make the move in, while Bob is hacked by January as the beat initiate comes out from Kernmaster. Bob comes out from Blobfish all the way up in the sky like a firework. Won't be able to find anybody with that, but Baby's able to get Kernmaster as a result. King looking for the straight onto Pleasure. Will be able to get the kill here. And now Overworked are finding the advantage. Cleansing Suzu used here from Mithray as they're trying to keep themselves alive, but will be hunted down by Shoreline Pie as it's still Overworked, finding the advantage and now are moving that cart once again.
Yes, and this is a good position for Overworked. They can play nice and close, they can build their own Kitsune Rush. However, that soundbar from Pleasure can nullify that. It's what Shoreline Pie can get done with this. Pulses, you see ShikiCaHmi needing to go through this tight choke, but actually going to be checking this Tracer on the backline. An incredible spread control.
Beautiful tracking there from Shoreline Pie to try and force Baby out. B comes out from Pleasure, meanwhile, in the main line, as both the Tracers extremely low. Baby, however, loses the Tracer duel barely as Shoreline Pie was one health to the name. Meanwhile, at the main fight, King forced to use the bomb to keep themselves alive in this engage. Going to be able to remake in the propane and propane accessory store, but Shoreline Pie is removed. Wild Bob with the overclock trying to clean up the field, and they get rid of Kernmaster for their own life. It's a back and forth affair, but Overworked at the end of the day are going to be forced to retreat as they don't have the sustainability to keep themselves alive.
Yeah, those two picks might have just been enough to cause the recontest. Baby overextends perhaps, gets caught out, and now that opportunity of getting this point at the end of this on overtime is a little bit more likely, especially if EMP.
EMP comes out, 4 members caught by January, but Shoreline Pie is automatically removed. Meanwhile, King's mech is also gone in the picture. Mithray is so far the only casualty. January finding 2 in this fight. The Scotswoman trying to catch up when it matters the most. But the rest of their team is starting to die one by one. King is now removed. Kernmaster has to come back in and gets rid of Pleasure as their adversary. And now Baby once again hacked, gets killed out by January again. They are popping up in the kill feed when it matters the most and are taking this game into their own hands. Overtime Wick continues to burn as Overworked are trying to bring this cart into the deadlock game. And will be able to.
Aye, that's what you want to see. You can breathe now, Overworked, but not for long. You only have 80 seconds remaining, and you do want to finish this map if you want to keep going, if you want a chance of winning this long series. You are going to have your soundbar for this next fight. You are going to eventually build this Kitsune Rush, but it is going to be matched by the other supports. You can go early if you're soundbar, though, if you've been tracking that Pleasure doesn't have it right now.
Reyes hacked out to start off the fight here. January trying to make sure that they don't have Kitsune Rush of their own here. As Overworked take that high ground and continue moving the cart. Blobfish almost gets hacked there as well. Bob is looking for an advantage here to try and turn this tide immediately. A good railgun shot can turn this entire tide around. They do find January in the midst of the battle. The ShikiCaHmi still just holding the side of Overworked at bay. Kitsune Rush down from Silvertals as they start initiating into this fight. While Bob dropping extremely low and is burned down by Shoreline Pie. They'll sacrifice their life to it to Mithray, and now the beat from Pleasure is used to keep the team sustained. Blobfish has the bomb as well, gonna use it to get the remake off as they're trying to get back into this fight as quickly as possible. January hacks Baby, however, and Baby was in the backline with the pulse bomb. A risky play, doesn't pay off, and now January has a perfect opportunity to use its EMP to keep Overworked in the momentum. 7 seconds on the time bank. While Bob pops the overclock and is looking for the crucial pick as the EMP comes out from January. They're shut down for their efforts, but Pleasure is removed out of the fight. King able to push up and get rid of that kill, but it's going to be for their own mech as they're forced to use the self-destruct on the cart. Blobfish loses their mech as a result as ShikiCaHmi are trying to find the advantage. Shoreline Pie is back in the fight, trying to burn down these members as Blobfish is just barely alive on the Baby Diva. They'll get pilled out by King as it's still a back and forth affair. But Wow Bob's still alive. They get rid of Silvertals and January falls as well. It's only Kernmaster for the support line for Overworked, and Baby's back in the fight with this Tracer, trying to burn down their opposition. The ShikiCaHmi are still trying to come back into this engage. Overworked, however, have the numbers. Mithray has to come up with the goods here on this Kiriko, but just can't find any of those kunai picks. Blobfish back on the Doomfist. They need to try and continue the pressure that Overworked are trying to sim out, but the beat is there for Kernmaster to keep King alive when they just needed the heal. Blobfish will eventually die for their efforts as Overworked Overworked are still looking to try and play it out this point. King loses their mech, but Baby is removed, and Wild Bob is extremely low on the venture, and Shoreline Pie comes up with 2. Make that 3 for Shoreline Pie to push Overclock into the golden box of victory and secure an overtime round.
In goddamn credible. There's so much I want to point out there because that was such a deep and long fight. You have Shoreline Pie proving why they're one of the premier DPS players in the BPL scene. You have Silvertails getting a Suzu onto King just in the moment that punch came out, allowing for that beat cast time to land and then give King the beat to keep their mech in that final moment. Incredible work from the support line of Overworked to keep them alive in that fight and to give them this other chance. Now ShikiCaHmi, they still have the advantage that they've worked for. They've got 1 minute and 20 seconds. And on this map, that could be 2 fights, that could be 3 fights. There's a way that ShikiCaHmi can use this time to incredible advantage, but Overworked have to be aware that their game plan needs to be around either getting this payload as far as they can on first point, or winning this first fight. What is a neutral game advantage you can get? Shoreline Pie's on Hanzo right now. And if you do land a Hanzo... Oh, right, it's for the recon arm. Okay, right, that makes sense. Yeah, Tracer makes more sense. Tracer, January, if January can communicate a good hack, she can work with Shoreline Pie to get an elimination and then open things up to get this car as far as they can.
Definitely see if Overworked are able to make this work. It was sloppy the first time. ShikiCaHmi currently trying to set up on Big Earls once again. January did hack the health pack underneath, as now King's going to come up for the dive. January hacked up Mithrea, but is unable to get any sort of value as a result of it. Blobfish is going to chase down King to the low ground as it's just the rest of ShikiCaHmi trying to find these crucial picks. Wow, Bob. We said their names so many times in this map, Gio, because they've just been the pop-up potential, and they're looking for that first pick to cement ShikiCaHmi a fight victory here. So far, they've not able to find anything here, but once they do find that pick, it will be the crucial one to the side of the map. Now, so far, that cart nearing the first gate. Overworked, able to get rid of Bloodfish's mech. Shoreline Pie gets that final blow. Now, ShikiCaHmi are down their tank. Overtime Wick begins to burn, and now Wabob and Bloodfish are removed. Pleasure as well as ShikiCaHmi relying too much on their laurels, just trying to find the opening pick, but his opening never found itself.
The slow and steady measured attack has allowed Overworked to secure this first point. Now, how you go forward is so important. You have big ultimates. You have this EMP that you want to build and this rush that you want to build. You don't want to overextend. You don't want a silly pick. You want to play these ultimates that you've worked for. As ShikiCaHmi are going to play a little bit longer. They're going to let this payload push a bit so they can build their own Kitsune rush and sound barrier.
Bomb from Baby is a whip. Card stepped off for a second there from Overworked. The beat comes out from Cardmaster to try and keep himself sustained through Mithrea's Kitsune rush. Overworked trying to continue this fight. Barely able to step on the card here. Cardmaster's move up, but it's a 5 ADP from January! Every member of ShikiCaHmi is cut off, but they've already found 2 picks as a result. Silvertails gets rid of Baby, and King's Bomb gets rid of Wow Bomb. Now it's just Mithrea in the corridor trying to keep themselves alive. They'll die to the hands of Shoreline Pie on the Tracer, just trying to keep this team alive on their back. The only Pleasure alive, just trying to keep themselves alive, and they win the duel versus Shoreline Pie. Bloodfish chasing down Silvertails to the end of the earth, but that Kiriko able to teleport away to the safety of their team to keep their team alive for another push.
Blobfish staying alive, that's such a risk, but I think they know that the overclock's coming up from Wow Bob, and if anything can win it for them, it's that.
Here comes that overclock from Wild Bob, trying to make the difference in this fight, but they're chased down by King! The overclock gets zilch as King finds the crucial pick. Blobfish gets their mech back, however. King loses half of their health tank, going right into the remix zone. The overtime Wick still continues to burn. Overworked cannot take a step off of this payload, or else their dreams of a push are out of the window. Overworked continue putting the pressure on ShikiCaHmi, forcing them into this small corridor. January trying to force them out. Baby with the pulse bomb, looking for the perfect target. They stick it onto King, onto the Tracer actually, and Shoreline Pie gets rid of Mithrea as well. But Baby's now catching up. Bloodfish is removed. The beat from Cardmaster is there to keep everybody sustained. Is Overworked is just barely able to keep themselves alive. Wild Bob's back on the venture, just trying to keep everybody off this objective as the bomb is there from King to keep everybody from ShikiCaHmi off. It's a back and forth affair, but Overworked are still in the objective. They're 4 meters away from entering the deadlock gang, and Wild Bob is trying to force them away from getting that exact goal. Cardmaster is removed. The Pleasure is also gone, and Baby is not quick to follow. Wild Bob hacked out and not able to stay alive, and the card will enter the deadlock gang. What is this overtime push?
Overworked are living up to their name. They're overworking themselves, and in this third point, they're going to have this EMP. Incredible, that can be used, and there's no sound barrier. Pleasure used it. No sound barrier for this EMP and for this Kitsune Rush. Overworked are set up to potentially threaten to completely recapture this map on only 1 minute of playtime. All the way they pushed it. They've worked for this. They're getting it. There's a Kitsune Rush on the defense, but all that's going to do is match the one from Silver Towels. Overworked are in an amazing position.
Keep themselves on the cart though if they want any of these dreams to become a reality. They've been stepping on and off over time, but here comes that EMP, and it cancels the Kitsune Rush from Mithraya. The Kitsune Rush doesn't come out. The duration time, not the ignition time, was not used, and now ShikiCaHmi have lost their most important ultimate at the most crucial moment.
Not only that, Silver Towels held their own. They have Kitsune Rush for this next fight, and there's nothing to stop it. There's only a bomb from Blobfish. It's not going to be enough. Overworked, they're going to do it. They're going to recapture the map.
Blobfish is going to throw in the bomb to try and get a Hail Mary play. It's unable to catch anybody, but now Baby has an opportunity. And Cardmaster Ajax in the middle of the fight. Wild Bob finds that crucial pick, but it's still Overworked coming out on top. King and Shoreline Pie have found a pair of kills. Make that 3 now, and Shoreline Pie gets rid of Wild Bob and Baby as well. Shoreline Pie being the savior in this fight, and Overworked cap the map!
Incredible, outstanding, brilliant work from Overworked. That is beyond great plays. That's beyond great mental. That is everything. Synergy. Everything you want in an Overwatch team. You just witnessed it from Overworked. Everything mattered, and you saw that from every EMP to every well-placed beat to the knowledge that Pleasure didn't have sound barrier and that they could play the way that they played on that third point. Overworked are in an outstanding position. This is an incredible feat that we're witnessing, and for ShikiCaHmi, I'm trembling. I'm trembling. I now need to do that. I'm thinking I need to do that with 2 minutes 20. I need to finish the map. Now we're gonna really test the mental. ShikiCaHmi have been reverse sweeped already today. They don't want this again. They don't want it to be so close again that they miss it. They want to fight for this. We're gonna see ShikiCaHmi come out of this gate with absolute fire and fury. But January is still on this Sombra. And it's been working wonders. It's been working wonders in the synergy of Shoreline Pie and taking attention away for King to follow up on. Overworked have found the winning formula, but ShikiCaHmi, they need to throw that formula out of the window and take them on. Here in Route 66, they need to go all the way if they want to win this match.
ShikiCaHmi have a hard task in front of them here. Overworked are holding once again on Big Girl. January back on the Sombra, just forcing out Blobfish here. It's going to be a difficult task, but Overworked have a bunch of momentum under their shoulders. They're going to be holding here on the corner, just trying to keep the members of ShikiCaHmi at bay. Shoreline Pie, however, gets the better of their Tracer adversary, and Baby's already removed. Overworked have a beautiful opening to try and set this up, and they're still trying to get the advantage. However, Overworked ShikiCaHmi are still moving the bot ever so closer to that first checkpoint. Not close enough to try and get the point next fight, but still close.
Lots of output from Cardmaster, 64% to beat. King goes solo, actually loses the mech. Suddenly ShikiCaHmi have a massive advantage in this next fight to take him out. Cardmaster's going to explode with that nade. Wow Bob just
Wow Bob
off.
with 3! Trying to get a 4th, they get the 4th on the January! Wow Bob is the savior that ShikiCaHmi have been relying on this entire map as they clean up the fight. Shoreline Pie won't be dead to the hands of that Cassidy, but Wow Bob popping off again.
The goddamn goat. That's what it is. Overworked, though, they'll be able to come back into this. They're going to be able to get an EMP if they build a good fight. They're going to be able to get their rush. Their Saber is going to be there. It's no rush on the ShikiCaHmi. It's a window. And if you set Robob up with this window, then that's the most dangerous thing I can think of.
Pi trying to push in, has the pulse bomb. Immortality shield already forced out earlier from Mithraea as they pop the pulse bomb, and in pleasure it is caught out. Mithraea also dead to January. ShikiCaHmi now need to try and capture this objective or back out as fast as they can. With Wildbob out of the picture, it's basically forced into back out territory as now that D.Va's gonna get staggered. It's gonna be a rough road for ShikiCaHmi to try and recover.
Oh, that is not good for ShikiCaHmi. 20 seconds remaining, your D.Va's behind. You are going to have these ultimates to play with. You have every ultimate to play with, but January can cancel them. King needs to get their mech back, by the way. January has EMP. This is going to be devastating for ShikiCaHmi what to do. How January places his EMP might just decide this entire match.
We've seen those EMPs from January be so decisive in this map thus far. ShikiCaHmi moving the card forward. Kitsune Rush comes out from Silvertalls and the EMP lands onto 3. However, Mithraea and Wildbob not caught in it. The Beaver Curmaster used to negate their amplification matrix. Blobfish able to get the bomb up and get the remake as well. It's the back and forth there, but Shoreline Pie has found 3. It's only Blobfish on the point, trying to bring it all to the gate by themselves, but the rest of Overworked comes bouncing out to that D.Va to eliminate them on the spot. And while they may be overworked, they'll be compensated for their efforts, taking the 3-2 victory over ShikiCaHmi.
That was outstanding. That was a feat that will go down in the history books of anything that's been broadcast by BPL, because Overworked worked for it. They pushed for it. They performed for it. They knew what they needed, and they got it done. An incredible map 5 win, which, if I'm correct in saying, puts them up in the standings now. I think that puts them into 3rd or 2nd, if I recall correctly. And you know what, for the first time, I'm happy to see this logo pop up on my screen, because they absolutely earned it with an incredible feat.
Yeah, definitely. That win over ShikiCaHmi now puts Overworked at 4th place as the lowest of the 3-1 teams, of the 3 teams that are better than being Fire Puppies and Zuskies, who had a better map differential at the end of the day, but still an impressive feat for Overworked to come into this and be able to take that victory over ShikiCaHmi. It was an absolute effort, though, from ShikiCaHmi here, between Wildbob popping off, looking like Tom Brady on the Patriots, to just all of the heroics coming out from all of the players. It definitely was a close affair. And if that map didn't tell the story about this entire series, Gio, nothing will.
I'm so glad that we caught that last map. There was a world where we're like, nah, we've done enough broadcasts, let's not show this map, and then suddenly Overworked to an absolute historic extra round. And incredible that we got to see that, and they've definitely earned it. We'll have a good final look at the standings soon to see what the setup is before we go forward into the brackets of tomorrow, because I feel like Overworked have definitely earned their place in the higher levels. The first match that was broadcast on the A stream was Overworked getting a 3-0 in about 40 minutes against an opponent, and I said then and there that, hey, suddenly this team is looking like a team that could definitely be a team that wins it. And there's still tough competition, but if you play like that tomorrow, Overworked is going to be a dangerous competitor in that bracket.
Yeah, definitely. Overworked is looking like one of the hardest teams to go up against in this tournament, because they definitely showed what they could be like when they are at their best. And in that situation, they were at the top of their level. They took it to ShikiCaHmi as best as they could and were able to take the victory at the end of the day in what was one of the most astonishing pushes that I've ever seen on Route 66. Just a non-stop steamroll through the map with 1 minute to spare. There were some moments where I'm like, they're going to step off the cart. They're going to step off the cart. They're not going to win this map. They're going to step off the cart by accident. They never did step off the cart. They were able to take it into their own and were able to win it out at the end of the day. So what an effort from Overworked to be able to just keep that mental fortitude, be able to clutch it out. And I mean, what a clutch it was. You cancel the Kitsune Rush with an EMP. Not many people can say they've done that.
Yeah, as soon as January hopped onto that Somber, things changed for sure. She was finding such good work with those massive EMPs and in the small neutral as well, getting some well-timed hacks and of course that virus dealing so much damage. Then Shoreline Pie, giving us one of the best performances we've seen from Shoreline Pie. I'm really when I think of Shoreline Pie, I've always thought of that one pie from the Cassidy short that's in Route 66. But what's a sweeter taste than some sweet key lime pie? Victory. And that's what Shoreline Pie achieved with the rest of the team there. And we will be seeing a lot more of this scuffed logo of the coffee person, of the person dropping coffee on themselves with bloodshot eyes. Which, to be fair, that is me right now. Although I am very sadly out of coffee, as it is 5:12 in the morning. But
I'm
and
also
you,
out of water, which explains why my voice is a little hoarse. After that map, that full overtime push had me screaming, man. But so I 100% relate to that feeling.
Yeah, well, some honey and tea after this one, perhaps, and get ready for potentially doing it tomorrow. But I think that's going to be us. I'm not sure if we are going to get a last minute look at this.
Yeah,
What's
we are sorting out the bracket as we're speaking because there are a lot of factors we have to keep in mind. If you are in the Discord for the Watch Over Palestine, we will be revealing the bracket in there. All the bracket matches will be happening tomorrow, starting at the same place at the same time. Around 8 p.m. Eastern is when you can expect the bracket matches for the Watch Over Palestine tournament to happen tomorrow. But Gio, that's going to do it for us here today. What an incredible day of Overwatch we have been witnessing. Multiple different fun matches and a lot of close matches here, especially with some map 5 bangers along the way. But that's going to do it for us here today. For my wonderful co-caster Gio, as well, my earlier co-caster Biscuit earlier, as well as all the production staff, including Solomon, Kothar, Knock on Wood, Lunaker, Person, and I believe that is Pika. Yes, Pika. Excuse me. Pika, as well as the tournament staff, Kothar and Lunaker, who are helping make this tournament possible and raising all of this great money for Palestine Children's Relief Fund. My name has been Bowsy, and till we meet again, we hope you have an amazing night, and we'll catch you tomorrow for the finals of Watch Over Palestine.